Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome along to the first of two sessions that we've got in store for you today and the start of Group C. Before we look ahead and preview the action, let's take a little look now at the players involved. Marko Kantele impressed in spells during his Group A campaign, treating us to 5 ton-plus outs yesterday, including a 145 and this 119 against Fallon Sherrock. Scott Baker also produced some superb finishing the last time he was here. He was unfortunate to lose his 2 group games on finals night in last leg deciders. A real mixed bag of a Group A campaign for Lipscombe this week left him rooted to the bottom of the table. He'll be hoping for a better start today. Darren Johnson arrives here off the back of an impressive run to the final of the Swedish Open at the weekend, so should be full of confidence. As for Fallon Sherrock, she'll be hoping for more consistency in Group C and a more clinical showing on the outer ring in order to advance to another finals night. Yeah, there's 5 of the players that will be competing in Group C. Sam Cromwell as well is going to be in action. It's actually his TV debut this week. How much are you looking forward to seeing Cromwell?
Yeah, it's always good to see the new youngsters coming through. He's been around a while. He's been playing on the Dev Tour since about 2017. He's also qualified to go for the English ADC belt, which he will do on Saturday afternoon. So, yeah, good luck to him. I'm fascinated to see how he copes with the environment. Yeah,
let's have a look then at the group breakdowns and confirmation that John Henderson has already made it through to Saturday's finals night. He won Group A at a canter, really, in the end. Group B gets underway from 10 p.m. tonight, but our focus this afternoon is on Group C. Fallon Sherrock, of course, one of the players to drop into this group from Group A. She'll need to perform more consistently, won't she?
Yeah, she's got the levels to her game. We know that. We've seen evidence of it this week with that 105.5 average. But the range has got to be reduced because she'll go from a 105 but then back to a 71. She has to find some middle ground somewhere between 85 and 90, and that may be enough to see her through in the group.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bet builder then for this afternoon's session. We've got 15 games coming up for you. The first pick is Lipscombe against Johnson. Johnson minus 1.5 returns you 13-8 for that one. Cromwell and Kantele is the second pick. Kantele to win that one. That may be drawing on the inexperience on this stage of Cromwell. And then the third selection is Fallon Sherrock to get the better of Kantele in that one. Those two, of course, have already played 3 times this week. That returns just under 6-1. We can have a look then at the outright bets as well for Group C. No surprise at all to see that Scott Baker is the favourite to win this one.
Yeah, and no shock at all. His previous performance here, he's looked very, very good in the past. I think Darren Johnson may be some value at 8-1. He's just recently had a great weekend in Sweden, winning the pairs over there, making the final of the singles as well. But the unknown quantity, of course, is Sam Cromwell.
Yeah, and of course, Scott Baker did make it through to finals night when we saw him here last time out. He was actually within 10 seconds of having the quickest leg that we've ever seen as well. Do you think the pace of this group may be a bit of a problem for him?
Yeah, because it's not a particularly pacey group. They're all pretty one-paced. No one's particularly slow. You know, if they were cricketers or bowlers, they'd be sort of medium-paced. There's no one there that he will really feed on. Although Sam doesn't look too slow. I've had a look at the players in the practice room and when they've had sort of 10 minutes on stage. But yeah, that may be a little bit of a concern. But we've seen Scott in the past deal with players that are not at his speed.
Yeah, you mentioned Sam Cromwell there. He is a bit of an unknown quantity coming into this afternoon session. So let's find out a little bit more about him now.
Sam, very warm welcome to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I've seen a lot of local lads come in and perform and do well, so hopefully I can do the same thing and do myself proud, really.
What was your first look, your first thoughts of the environment around here, the stage, the setup?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what I was expecting, but yeah, I wasn't expecting what I've seen anyway. It's a fantastic setup. The practice room's brilliant and nice and cool as well. And then obviously the stage is fantastic. Had a quick 10 minutes up there and it's a really good setup.
For people that may not have seen you on TV screens before, just describe a little bit about yourself as a darts player and your journey in the sport.
Well, I don't know really. I've basically just a local lad from Southport. Been playing county darts for about 6 years. Slowly climbing the ladder, trying to do as many events as I can and try and, like I say, move up that ladder and compete at the highest amateur level I can, and then hopefully go pro at some point.
And of course, not just a Super Series for yourself this week. Going to be playing in the ADC belt match on Saturday. Looking forward to that? Oh,
absolutely, yeah. This has been a long time coming. It seems like it's definitely over a year ago since I won my qualifier for this title. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and it'll be a great match.
Well, we wish you well this week, Sam. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Sam Cromwell there ahead of his first game of the MODUS Super Series against Adam Lipscombe. Very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Henry Deacon in the company of Chris Mason here in the commentary box for you for 15 games in Group C. And we kick off with Sam Cromwell, the 22-year-old from Southport, playing in the ADC English belt title match on Saturday against the 31-year-old Adam Lipscombe, who we saw in action in Group A. Disappointing campaign for him in the end. Justin Bradshaw, the referee for the action. Chris Mason alongside me. New talent, a new name in front of the screens in Sam Cromwell.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV from 3, he will be making his
46
TV debut. But yeah, interesting interview. Very level-headed, which is always encouraging, and sort of seems to have
55
a plan, which is always nice to see and hear. He says he wants to do it in stages, master his craft 41 at the amateur level, and hopefully turn pro. And why not? He's been around a while already, played at development tour level, and
139.
Obviously has won the right to compete for that ADC English belt.
100.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what he's all about over the next couple of days. He's got a nice enough throw. Seems a nice enough young man. Wish him all the best.
And seems very confident within himself as well, doesn't he? He looks very...
But not overconfident.
Yeah. However, we say he's settled in and then he's gone down single 19 last start to leave himself on 166.
Yeah, that'll be early nerves. Pressure can scramble your brain. A nice full release.
42.
Darts enter the board cleanly enough. What's the area of
58.
Southport?
Sam Iroquois, 124.
Northwest region, full of talent.
Part of the same manufacturing stable as that of
25.
Not too far. The other side of the River Mersey, Darryl Fitton, who's in charge of the youth player development there, as Lipscombe looks for another one of them to leave double 18.
80.
Well, what it will do for Sam over the next couple of days is teach him about the dynamics and levels and how to remain focused. Not rushing, which is, again,
60.
Nice
Adam Iroquois, 76.
Probably took too much time over that and put too much emphasis on it. Wow.
36. Sam Iroquois,
nervy
39.
first leg, but how much Cromwell would like to win it.
Well, it'll be a nerve settler, won't it? That's the thing.
Game shot on the first leg.
He'll take
Sam
that.
Cromwell.
Only just in, but it's his first leg on the board here at the Super Series.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Only just in. That's a harsh way of talking about our referee today.
60.
Justin Bradshaw, the man in the middle.
Keen dart player himself.
I'm not sure Adam would like me to remind him of this, but Justin
55.
actually beat Adam in a vault
last
event.
week, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was his time last week.
125.
Maybe we should get Justin on that stage.
66.
From what I've heard, I think we'll just leave him with a mic in his hand. We've only got till
100.
6 p.m. to complete all these games.
Well, before the game, the bookies couldn't
60.
split the pair, 5-6 each of 2.
$95.
Sam played, as we mentioned in the introduction of the World Youth Championship of the weekend, was
100.
the best weekend for
Adam
him.
Yulquar,
Wasn't
121.
100% fitness for that one, but is hoping to be ready for this occasion as Lipscombe, well, he doesn't have to consider it here.
86.
Well,
Probably should have.
Yeah, he's gone for a 10 and the 15.
84.
Yeah, I was sort of looking
Adam
over
Yulquar, 35.
his career so far and some of his achievements
3.
this year.
Sam Yulquar,
Reached the last 16 of the
136.
Welsh Classic. En route, beat Matthew Kay in the last 32 with a 95.43 average, 4-0.
80. Adam Yulquar, 32. Game shot in the second leg. Adam
Lipscombe levels up at 1 apiece.
Made the final of the England Classic Youth
Third
5
leg,
years
it's
ago.
Sam to throw first. Game on.
Losing out to Connor Arbery. 5-3 in the final.
119.
They'd just be looking to start to find
140.
a little push and find another level in his game. Well, there's no better environment to try and do
29.
that, I suppose. You're under the lights, you've got the perfect conditions. The
83.
only distraction on that stage is your opponent.
What do you remember of your TV debut, and what was those nerves like when
81.
you first stepped on that stage and you threw that first dart when it was game on?
Yeah, horrific. It was almost like your adrenaline levels
140.
and heart rate so high, it almost feels like you can't focus on anything, and then of course you then worry about
24.
not
Adam
embarrassing
Yulquar,
yourself,
138.
and then that can sort of play havoc with your confidence. It's not easy. It's the sort of levels you sort of play local league and then Super
41.
League, and then get your opportunity to play county, and then hopefully go on and represent your country, and then the TV stage comes beckoning. But
100.
that
Adam
was
Yulquar,
sort of an order. Well,
97.
now there's a fast track route, and we're watching it right here. You know, I spent years traveling,
57.
trying to
Sam Yulquar, 148.
accumulate enough ranking points to qualify for a TV tournament. And then, of course, back then when you did qualify for one, it
55.
was almost a year later before you got
Yulquar,
another
40.
opportunity.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
that one was
Adam
the
Lipscombe.
World Masters. And then, of course, you had to start from the base level, so you weren't guaranteed
Fourth leg, it's
a
Adam to
TV
throw
game in
first.
that anyway if you
Game
didn't
on.
reach the latter stages. So effectively, it was one opportunity a year. And then the pressure on doing well at that one
40.
to justify travelling, Europe in my case, and at that time, to justify the investment. And now, of course, the
13.
youngsters play on the Dev Tour and then Challenge Tour and then hopefully Pro Tour, but then they get the opportunity to qualify for Euro
85.
Tours. And that's played often in front of bigger crowds than where they would play in Ali Pali, for example.
80.
Well, it's a TV tournament now, Euro Tour. Literally, it's a
Yeah.
TV tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
50.
Although, would you have been involved in the World Masters when the seeds got the bump through towards the end of your career, or was it still all the way through?
Yeah, you had to start from scratch.
46.
Middle of the noughties, wasn't it? It changed or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, when I made the semi-finals, it was How many rounds I played, mate? It was
30.
a lot. It was done over a couple of days to reach that sort of TV or stage matches.
$60.
And before anyone asks, best format in darts.
Yeah, it was.
140.
It was great when you were in front. You felt like you could really get a bit of a move on, but it was also great when you were behind because you always felt like you could come back. Well, that particular year I made the semis. I had John Walton in a world of trouble, 2 sets up and a leg up. He come back and beat me in the semi-final, and the same thing happened in the final with Merv King. He was 2 sets up and a leg up. I think he also, like me, had a dart to win the match.
Adam Iroquois,
And Walton come back and beat him to lift the title, and a month later won the embassy.
This was World Masters format. Adam Lipscombe would be a set to 0 up right now.
38.
And he's on the cusp of a 3-1 lead, which would put him a leg away from the victory post in this format. Cromwell
100.
piles in the pressure of a ton.
Iroquois, 76.
2 from 6 on the doubles, Lipscombe in this game. And he's going to get another opportunity at tops.
36. Sam
Which drags
Iroquois,
above,
100.
and so to level us up at 2-2, well, he was better off having a bounce out than that first start in the board.
60. Adam Iroquois, 40.
Found tops to leave tops if he gets a go, and it's a big if. Well, that's super awkward.
No score. Sam Iroquois, 40.
That's now 8 missed starts at double in this match from Baby Boy, and so Cromwell to level things up for 2-2. 1 left at tops.
20.
Goes below, and so it is
Adam
another
Iroquois,
chance
40.
for the Portchester thrower,
Game shot on the fourth
who
leg.
puts
Adam
himself into a
Lipscombe.
3-1 lead. And Sam Cromwell, on his streaming debut, needs to
Fifth
win
leg, it's Sam
the
to throw
remaining
first.
3
Game
legs
on.
if he is to pick up his first points at the Super Series.
46. $98.
Yeah, Sam Cromwell's taking on Scott Marsh for the English title belt. That will
125.
take place at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. It's going to be the event preceding the finals here at the MODUS Super Series. We haven't actually yet had a
76.
player who's played in one of the belt matches qualify for Saturday evening yet. It'll be interesting to see when that does eventually happen, how the players will prepare for
27.
that, because you've got a big game in terms of a title being on the line, a best of 17 game, and then going into another huge night where there's £5,000 in one of the biggest weeks in amateur darts on offer.
I hope it's one of the younger players that could cope with that.
83.
Long game, best of 17.
85.
I think they have a break after, I think it's 10 legs they have a break or something around that region midway through.
44.
That's another dynamic that some players are going to have to get used to, because they won't have used to having breaks in the middle of a match.
Yep.
99.
I personally wouldn't have minded. I'd have thought, great practice.
Someone ever had the chance to say the
43.
famous words break
Adam
at the end of this
Iroquois,
leg
98.
for the match. It's going to be 1 dart in his hand. The double 12
74.
goes a beg in this to save it for Cromwell.
133.
Not to be, and so Lipscombe to round off a 4-1 success. He's looking for
46.
double
Adam
12.
Iroquois, 24.
I mean, already missed 10 darts at double in this match.
12.
Giving Sam
Sam
another
Iroquois,
opportunity.
87.
Treble 17, so 20 and ball.
There's been some real
20.
nervy big number misses from
Iroquois,
Cromwell on
12.
his televised debut. Lipscombe double 6 to complete the job. And complete the
Game,
job, he will.
shot,
Adam
and
Lipscombe
match. Adam
gets his
Lipscombe.
Group C campaign off to a winning start, getting the better of Sam Cromwell by 4 legs to 1. Next up, Johnson Kantele. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where next up for us, it is Marko Kantele of Finland against Darren Johnson of England. That was after a 4-1 victory for Adam Lipscombe to kick the campaign off against Sam Cromwell. For Darren Johnson, the 56-year-old from Mexico, paying homage once again to his good friend Dennis the Menace Priestley in the striped shirt this afternoon. Up against Marko Kantele, the 55-year-old from Vaxki in Finland, and a representative at the World Championships on many an occasion.
This man here will be playing in the WDF World Championship in December. Also, somebody's good pal Martin Turner. And those two as a pair won the Swedish Open at the weekend. Darren himself making the final of one of the singles events, and I think, did he make the quarters of the other or the last 16?
60.
He had a very good weekend all the same.
Yeah, had a very good weekend. It's been a good year for Martin Turner. It's actually going to be the second World Championship he's going to play at in 2023 because he played at the Circus Tavern back in February at the World Seniors Championship, and he played his idol Phil Taylor in that particular competition.
100.
He said he was going to beat Phil Taylor. Didn't quite happen, although I know many a player that has done that over the years.
Yeah, we've all tried that.
26.
Half of them ended up being sat next to me, so that's how it ends up, Darren. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Myself and Darren share a passion in collecting and
100.
owning exotic watches. He's wearing an absolute beauty
80.
today.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to keep to time today.
So will we.
99.
Well, as far as the odds compilers are concerned, it was 5-4. Darren Johnson, the outsider before the off.
56. Marko, you require
The
142.
8-13 favourite. Marko 7-2 to win the group. Darren 8-1. You'd think he would come into this Group C with a lot of confidence after a very good weekend.
Yeah, lost out to Thomas Junghans in that final, the proprietor of the, what we like to
65.
call around here, the
Darren, you require
Miracle Max.
119.
According to a newspaper, it sent the commentator into a meltdown live on TV.
Needed the treble for tops, so has to just try and pressure the 77.
59. Marko, you require 77.
So 77 for Kantele to take the opening leg against the darts.
Darren has made a finals night here on a Saturday.
$67.
Got a chance
Darren,
to
you
hold
require
in leg
60.
one. An early nerve settler.
Tops for DJ.
$50.
Double 10 moves inside, and that's
Marko,
a couple
you
of
require
darts
10.
for both players missed to win this opening leg. So now Kantele gets another go at double 5. But it's a second invitation he's going to pass up.
6.
And that third dart just
Darren,
about
you
slipped
require
into the
10.
single 1. Double 2.
6. Marko, you require 4.
I feel like we need to remind the players that the doubles are the thing around the side of the board at the minute.
No score. Darren, you require 4.
Come on then, Dazzler. Twos never lose.
Game
Walloped.
shot on the first
In it
leg.
goes.
Darren Johnson.
Hold a throw.
In 6 legs, there's been 28 missed darts.
Second
at
leg is
double.
Marko to throw first. Game on.
Now, looking at Darren Johnson at the weekend, runner-up at the Swedish Open, picked up a prize fund of 10,000 Swedish krona.
180.
25 quid. Great max from Kantele.
60.
I reckon about 750 quid, because I mean, one of the most expensive places I've ever been in the world. Yeah, the prize money in their dart tournaments was horrific. So about 700 quid.
59.
You're reading my notes. £718.74. And he's from Yorkshire, so the pence definitely does count.
It's incredible how the prize money was
140.
always so poor, but we had to go because of the ranking point values.
What was your favourite Open to travel to in your career?
I loved the British Open when it was still in London, because it still had that history to it. And it was
98.
just a brilliant tournament. You know, that was an Open that used to be shown on television. That's how big it was and how important it was on the calendar.
100. Marko, you require 164.
My favourite Open.
$140.
Don't know, the Welsh Open was always great, except the venue.
60. Marko, you require 24.
Had some great ones over the years, and they've had great venues, and they've just never managed to be able to stay there.
Game shot in the second leg. Marko Kantele.
Much better leg. 15 dart hold from Kantele. Yeah, England Open was a particularly nice one
Third
for
leg
me,
is
because it
Darren
was
to
pretty
throw
much on
first. Game on.
home soil in Breen Sands in Somerset. It was nice to win that one there.
78.
Yeah, that's an interesting place. Pontin Spring Sands. I remember covering a tournament there. It was, you know, put it this way, I needed to shower a couple of times when I got home.
140.
Scottish Open. It used to be
180.
in the Forum, Livingston. Beautiful venue. And then they moved it to a venue that, although financially supported it, it's just not the right kind of venue
55.
for that type of tournament. And the numbers have dwindled over the years. Over 1,000 people at the Scottish Open when I won it.
95.
Be lucky to get half of that now in its current venue.
Did the Isle of Man Open a couple of years ago. That's real good fun, that event. First time I ever met Charlie Courtefine. It was a brilliant weekend.
77. Darren, you require 148.
Jersey was always good.
Well, I don't recommend commentating with a sore throat, is all I'm going to say about that weekend.
70.
I remember you doing that, Henry. I thought an 8-year-old boy had locked himself in the commentary booth.
Some say the same now.
85. Darren, you require 78.
We're 2-1 lead.
I can actually remember texting Richard Ashton saying, "Is there a kid doing the comms?" True story.
38. Marko, you require
And now you have to sit next to me all day long. 144 for Kantele.
Needs another. Ooh.
78.
So, tops for
Darren, you
2-1
require
for
40.
DJ.
Step back, Darren. It's not in.
30.
Neither is
Marko,
that.
you require
Given
66.
Kantele a sniff here at 66 for a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. Remember, it's only the top two from Group C that would join
26.
John Henderson
Darren, you require
in
10.
Saturday night's final. So imperative you get off to a
Game shot in the third
fairly
leg.
quick
Darren
start
Johnson.
in Group C.
Well, Matt Egger
Fourth
has
leg,
that
it's Marko to throw
self-adopted rule of
first.
3. If you
Game
lose
on.
3 games, then you can pretty much feel out of it.
Yeah, Group B, which gets underway this evening at 10 o'clock. A little bit more forgiving. It's only
60.
5 players in that Group B, and it's the top 3 that qualify for Saturday night's final. That scenarios where a player's not won a game on the
54.
Thursday and won 3 from 4 on the Friday and made it.
And it's happened the other way round. Well, but Owen famously won his first 3 games of Group B
49.
and then never went through because he lost every other game they're in.
$96.
Group B, which is on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. this evening. James Hurrell, Ryan Furness, Sean McDonald, Moreno Michels,
140.
and Scott Marsh, the 5 players in action. Here's week 3 of Series 5.
60.
Already through to Champions Week. The ever-present Matt Clark,
85.
who doesn't know how to lose a week. And Darryl Pilgrim, who was absolutely incredible last week.
91. Marko, you require 167.
Yeah, Matt Clark doesn't know how to drop grease in this format. 167 for Kantele, and he's got time.
59.
Doesn't have time now.
140. Marko, you
Well,
require
the leg has
108.
seen a completely different complexion by virtue of that 140 from Johnson. This 108 now is a must hit and must get for Kantele. And it's not going to be taken out, so Johnson's got a couple of darts.
92.
The tots are a
Darren,
3-1
you
lead.
require 60.
Well, he has a wide chuckle to himself, but inside he's going to be seething.
Yeah, absolutely
28.
raging.
Marko, you require 16.
For parity, double 4.
Game shot on
2-2.
the fourth leg. Marko Kantele. Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $100. $140. $60.
Kantele, one of a number of players from the Scandinavian region who's going to be playing at
81.
the Super Series over the next few weeks here at the Live Lounge in Portugal. Have representatives from Latvia and other parts of that particular region. Sweden is going to have a representative, and Andreas Harrison, as Johnson piles in his second max of the match, leaving himself on 161 after 9.
$40. Darren, you require 161.
Of course, we've broadened the horizons with our oceanic featured players, and
137.
a player from Australia. 2 years ago today, we sadly lost Kyle Anderson. Our thoughts with everybody here, their friends, family and loved ones, thinking about them today.
140. Darren, you
About my
require
old
24.
pal Kyle, sadly missed, and always will be. Certainly never forgotten.
No score.
Yeah, that's just straight
Marko, you
below. And so
require
Kantele is
100.
back for a ton for the break of throw and a 3-2 lead. It's tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
3-2.
Marko Kantele.
14 darter there, despite the max.
Sixth leg, it's Marko to throw first.
From Darren
Game
there.
on.
It starts at doubles. It's Kantele that steps in. And a 14 darter. Break a throw. 100 checkout.
The scoring's actually been okay. It's just been when it's come down to the
99.
doubles. Between the pair of them, 21 missed darts. 5 legs.
58.
Now, we were talking about how Scandinavia's going to have more players in the Super Series. Just having a look at the list that ADC Europe have announced on their social media feeds coming up in week 5. Benjamin Drew Roos, Anton Oslund and Mindaugas Barauskas of Lithuania.
That's a few on a Scrabble board.
21. Win you a
21.
game on a Scrabble board. Then in week 7, we'll have our first ever Norwegian player in Cord Decker. And Andreas Harrison will be returning.
Dirty Harry.
Oh, yeah, Dirty
80.
Harry. Then week 10, we'll have the Latvian Dmitry Zukov. Victor Tingstrom and Oscar Lukasaic.
41.
People talk about, well, we always have the same names here all the time. Well, as you can see, we are broadening the horizons in terms of qualifiers
45.
here at the Super Series, and different regions, different parts of the world getting invites. Australia, of course, now getting more players coming through the system.
Yeah, well over 300 different players have participated. Of course, we get a new influx in
55.
January with those sadly losing their cards. Of course, we're going to in turn
100.
lose regular players here who will gain cards or get them back.
Outside the obvious ones, we know also you're going to get tour cards because of their positioning in certain tables. Who at Q-School have you seen here this year you think has got a really good chance of getting their card? I'm looking at someone like a Cam Crabtree as a potential contender for one next year.
$81. Darren, you require 118.
Treble would have left double 19, and so Kantele to finish the job off.
Marko,
71 points
71.
away.
Yeah, 3 from 13 for Kantele, 2 from 13 for Darren Johnson. So he's had his opportunities. He'd love another, but it's Kantele who needs tops.
Game,
It's Kantele
and a match.
who
Marko
gets tops
Kantele.
and picks up the 2 points. So in match number 1, Lipscombe took the spoils. Match number 2, it's Kantele taking those points. When we come back after a short break, Scott Baker takes on Fallon Sherrock.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Marko Kantele got the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 2. Next up, it is Scott Baker, the bookmaker's favourite to go on and pick up the glory in Group C, up against the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock. Baker, the 37-year-old from Tipton in the West Midlands, made the last 16 of the BDO World Championship back in 2019. Up against the 29-year-old Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, the former Women's World Match Play champion.
First leg, it's Scott to throw
add
first.
the series
Game on.
weekly title to her glittering resume. Here's Baker with the darts to kick us off.
59.
And these two probably the head and shoulders favourites in terms of qualification through.
One of the funniest
125.
things I have seen with regards to the old
100.
blends on Facebook. There was a picture of Fallon with her Women's World Match Play trophy,
26.
making reference to MBE, and someone put underneath it, "She hasn't won anything." The irony, it was a picture of her holding the World Match Play trophy. Couldn't make it up.
180.
There was the Spider-Man pyjamas again.
Yep. There was the Fortnite betting.
60.
Oh, and of course, don't forget the Pikachu slippers now. Very important piece of kit.
54.
I'll keep Balboa levels of IQ.
96. Scott, you require 108.
108 for Baker to take the opener. Tops.
Game shot on the first
1-0.
leg. Scott Baker.
Ton plus out, 15 darter. Here we go.
We're 45 minutes deep into the
Second leg is
session,
Fallon
and
to
we
throw
both looked at
first.
each other and
Game
thought,
on.
this one will speed things up a bit.
58. 53.
Yeah, in terms of winning
58.
the group, these are the two bookmakers' favourites before the off. Scott Baker 7-4, Fallon Sherrock 9-4. And in terms
60.
of their weekly success shout, Scott Baker, the 7-1 third favourite, or joint third favourite alongside Ryan Finesse.
60.
And then Fallon Sherrock at 9-1.
54.
Yeah, Scott was the big favourite to win
100.
this encounter. 8-15. Fallon priced at 11-8.
60.
We were just having a discussion off air about the potential lineup we could have on Saturday evening. Now, if you put most of the favourites together in a field,
100.
John Henderson, James Hole, Scott Baker, Ryan Finesse, Sean McDonald and Fallon Sherrock.
140.
That's up there with some of the Saturday night
Fallon
lineups we've seen here.
125.
And what we've seen could well be the most likely lineup.
57. Scott, you require 134.
Both of these players would have watched the opening two matches and thought, right,
94.
I fancy a bit
Fallon,
of
you
this.
require 68.
For the double.
Game shot
To
on the
bring
second
us
leg.
level.
Fallon
1-1.
Sherrock. Third leg, it's
Two
Scott to
players
throw
that will
first.
just
Game
go
on.
about their business. There's not going to be any histrionics between the pair. They're two players that will go up. Well, it's pretty old school, isn't it? Just go up,
140.
do the job, shake the hand at the end.
Yeah, pace of game will suit both. Fallon likes to get on with it, and we certainly know Baker does as well. One of the
125.
quickest players currently playing the game.
55.
Is this a point where we play the stereotypical game of Scott Baker is probably going to be in the fastest group of the Super Series, but who joins him in the fastest group of the Super Series? And why am I saying Tommy Morris is going to be in there?
46.
And why am I saying that Jelle Klassen's going to be in there? Why am I saying Danny Lowry's going to be there? Why am I saying that Moreno Blom's going to be there?
59.
not great for the spotter.
100.
Full board, isn't it?
I think he'd need a
45.
sedative after a session of that pace.
Only issue would be we'll probably be on half-day rate.
100.
Well, Sherrock 130 for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. Baker looking to set up. And
145.
set up he will.
Fallon, you require 130.
Leaving himself on 57 if this doesn't go. And it's not going to go. And so Baker has got the opportunity to put his nose in front.
$70. Scott, you require 57.
Should be a couple of darts at tops, but we've seen a trend today where big numbers have been going a-begging. We've also seen a
Game's
trend
on
of
the third
doubles
leg.
go
Scott
a-begging,
Baker.
but not for Scott Baker, who's 2 out of 3 when it comes to the outer ring. 2-1 he leads, the Queen of the Palace.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $97.
Well, the finishing so far
83.
from both has been top quality. Between them, 4 darts at a double. And 3 have been hit.
140. $83.
Are you surprised Scott Baker hasn't won a week here yet?
58.
I am, but like most of the real quick players, they can have an
100.
off game. And it depends whether you get a bit of fortune and can get away with it on a Saturday night.
100.
So often we've seen him win one of the games and either have been edged out on leg difference or the results just haven't gone his way.
81. Fallon, you require 106.
106 for 2 apiece. And it's going to be Old Faithful, double 18.
70.
Just above the wire.
Scott, you require
Look how long it took
154.
Neil Duff.
54.
No doubt
Fallon,
we'll
you
see
require
the Duff man
36.
back soon as Sherrock comes back for double 18. Now, what we like to call the tricky move across to
Game
double
shot on the
9,
fourth
but
leg,
no
Fallon
problems
Sherrock.
for Sherrock as she levels up at 2 apiece.
Didn't he reach the final
Fifth
in
leg, it's Scott
defence
to
of
throw
his
first. Game on.
Australian title?
He lost to Andy Bartons in that particular affair.
180.
Playing some great stuff at the minute is the Belgian. Playing some great stuff for this pair.
140.
And Scott's carrying on.
100.
So you mentioned it.
$93.
There's 3 words for that.
Shut up, Deacon.
85.
Really, I should find the audio of that, put it on some ringtone store, and make some spare cash out of it.
140. Scott, you require 136.
136 for Baker. Another one of them. Gives himself a dart at double 8
Game
for his
shot on the fifth
second
leg,
ton
Scott
plus
Baker.
finish of the match to put himself 3-2 to the good.
Blistering 12 dart leg.
Sixth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $60. $60.
Maybe we can sample it into some kind of diss rap track.
58.
I've been told I shouldn't sing.
It wasn't about you.
Although I did once do a blistering
76.
rendition of House of Pain's Jump Around.
I was thinking of some local grime
60.
artist incorporating Shut Up Deacon into a track.
60.
It's a treble.
57.
I suppose anything can be darts merchandise these days, can't it? I mean, there's even tungsten time T-shirts around.
28.
Don't diss the poor start.
Back to Sherrock.
121.
Almost see just a slight change of pace as he's tried to find the open part of the treble 20 bed. Well, just picks it up and
140.
Casually
Fallon, you require 140.
slams it in. A la Gadwin Price. Should be bought.
113.
33 for 32.
Scott, you require
Love that shot.
137.
He's just done 136. Tops. Ooh.
Game, shot.
48
and
for
match.
32.
Scott Baker.
Called everybody out there, did Scotty Baker. And a 136 followed by a 137. Denies Sherrock the 2 points, but it's 2 points for Baker. 89.56 the average. Couple of 180s in there. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. 80%, a match that lasted just over 10 minutes. When we come back, Adam Lipscombe back in action up against DJ Darren Johnson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Scott Baker hit 3-ton plus checkouts en route to a 4-2 success against Fallon Sherrock in the end of our first round of fixtures. An 89.5 average was enough to get over the line against the Queen of the Palace. And so round 2 begins with Adam Lipscombe against Darren Johnson. Lipscombe beating Sam Cromwell by 4 legs to 1. And Darren Johnson on the wrong end of a full 2 reverse against Marko Kantele to kick his campaign off.
97.
Yeah, had a serious pace to that match.
121. $15.
Oh, wow, now that is precarious. He still perseveres, but goodness me, that had danger fought all over it.
97.
I was nearly firing the disco for the DJ.
$99. $100. Darren,
So Johnson 6 darts and 156 to take this opening leg against the darts. Another one of them. Gives himself a go at double 18. Oh, that's magnificent from Darren Johnson. A 12-dart breaker throw and a 156 finish to kickstart proceedings against Adam Lipscombe.
Throw first. Game on.
A run of finishing we have had. Don't forget that it wasn't just the 136 and the 137 from Scott Baker. Also had a 108 checkout in that match in the early stages of it. Start this one with a 156 out.
Not too shabby.
135.
This is more like it.
Maybe we've lit up the tungsten blue touch paper.
140. $125.
Not quite cooking on gas yet. Although the action could come to a boil this evening because we've got a very good Group B on our hands, haven't we?
Certainly have. From 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV.
100.
You're joining our friends over at Sporty from 3. Tuesday, of course, the whole session broadcasted on Sporty Stuff TV.
95. Adam, you require 141.
Welcome to our viewers on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and the thousands of you watching by your chosen bookmaker apps. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us direct into the comms box. Henry has the app open.
100. Adam, you require 54.
Facebook, Instagram, Twitter or X and TikTok, but at MSS Dart straight
34.
in to the comms box. Got any questions
Darren, you
or
require
comments?
38.
Should he have split?
No score. Adam, you require
He
20.
didn't decide to split, and he didn't hit either. Lipscombe comes back for 1-1. Double 5. He's been chasing around this a fair bit today.
10.
And he may be chasing around it more
Darren, you require
if Johnson
38.
misses 3 more. Does not like that line because of the way that his darts stand up to attention. Now he's got to try and get this through.
No score.
2 towers, but it's not going to happen.
Adam, you require 10. No score.
Well,
Darren, you require 38.
Going to split now? No? Yes, he is. There's the 6, double 16. 2-0 beckoning.
Game shot on the second leg. Darren Johnson.
We should have done that all along, Darren.
Third leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
I'm just getting the feeling that there are some very frustrated players on that stage who
100.
not for the one to try and perhaps maybe now for the case of over trying.
Yeah, that can certainly creep into your game and your mindset.
60.
Mentioned Darren Johnson making his debut at the Seniors World Championship this year. The
41.
final major WSDT tournament of the year takes place in a couple of weeks' time. It's the Seniors World Match Play from the world-famous York Barbican Theatre from the 2nd and 3rd of September. A high-quality cast list involved in the action. We've got some real legends of the game. Phil Taylor, Robert
60.
Thornton, Martin Adams, John Part. We've got Trina Gulliver in action. We've also got some people who do some commentary lark for a living in Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durham also playing at the event. And you can get your tickets via @Seniors Darts on Twitter and via dartshop.tv. And whilst you're on dartshop.tv, you can obtain tickets to
100.
Saturday night here at the Super Series. Scan that QR code if you want to watch John Henderson live in competition. And you can do that for a £2 booking fee. People
59.
over the years have travelled all around the world to see John Henderson play, and you've got your very own opportunity to see him play and play for £2.
54.
Yeah, and if you come in a little earlier, you can watch the ADC English belt match. So if you don't have the
Adam, you require
facility to
146.
scan that code, just head over to www.dartshop.tv. Also on the Friday night up in
86.
York, Richie Howson in exhibition. Try and find a few more details about that over the
140.
course
Adam,
of
you
the next
require
couple of
60.
days.
Ironically, the one time he's found the double
45.
five Lipscombe, he didn't want to
Adam,
get
you
the
require
double five.
56.
I don't know if Richie Howson is on Twitter or X, what it's
Game
called
shot
now.
the third
because,
leg. Darren Johnson.
well, I don't use it, but I know he's certainly on Facebook, so maybe
Fourth leg,
if
it's
you're in
Darren
the
to
York
throw
area and you're
first.
planning on going to
Come
the World Seniors match play and want a bit of pre-tournament fun, give Richie Howson a follow. I'm sure he's got the details on his Facebook page.
100.
Well, that's the double break for Darren Johnson. He's 3-0 up and he has the game exactly where he wants it now. Trying for a whitewash
100.
success, which would put him on 2 points and +2 in the legs difference.
Yeah, and it would
bracket.
cancels out the disappointment of going down 4-2
100.
to Kantele in his opening game. Up next, Fallon back in action against Sam Cromwell.
125.
Hope he's settled a little bit more. Looked very nervous in his opening game. He knows what to expect now.
62.
Yeah, and it's one of those experiences that sometimes you have to go through to know what it's like, and you hope that the next game you'll see Sam Cromwell, who's been doing some
140.
really good stuff in the last couple of years on the development tour and elsewhere. As Lipscombe has 6 darts from 136 to obtain his first
59.
leg on the
Adam,
board.
you require 136.
It was one of those showpiece shots that Scott Baker took out in the
96.
previous match against Fallon Sherrock. But Lipscombe squares up for tops after 12.
Another one of those. He would join him on tops.
100. Adam, you require 40.
To extend this game,
Game shot
double
the fourth
10 is
leg.
found.
Adam Lipscombe.
A break back for Lipscombe, 3-1, the deficit now.
Tidy leg there from Adam. 14 darter.
Fifth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on. $42. $16. $140.
That's just a second 140 of the game for Adam Lipscombe. Been outscored in large swathes of this match.
96. $100.
But you can hold throw here and bring it back to 3-2. He's going to make Darren Johnson serve it out and just put a little bit of
49.
pressure on the Yorkshireman's shoulders.
$137.
And another gear. Potential for back-to-back 14 dart legs.
100. Adam, you require.
Well, it's a
82.
Lipscombe acceleration as Johnson decelerates.
42.
So the tops is fired above. Not that it's going to matter on this occasion with Johnson all the way back on 196. But he's not going to be for much longer. He's not going to be for much longer.
Not
at all. The tops has got to go
Adam,
now.
you require 40.
Great guide.
Game
Uses
shot
it.
on the 5th leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Well, builds on the break with a hold. It's going to need another.
6th leg is Darren to throw first.
It's going to have to
Game
come
on.
in this 6th leg.
Johnson with the darts to serve it out. But
40.
it's fair to say these two are becoming like ships passing in the night as far as this game is concerned. Johnson getting out the gate
100.
quickly and then just regressing back to base, whilst Lipscombe is just beginning to improve as this game goes along. But is it going to be a case of too little, too late for the Porchester man?
97.
Or has he just timed the comeback to perfection?
55.
Incidentally, if it was that set play format we were talking about, this would be one set apiece.
60.
I know, useless stat of the day.
30.
Don't forget, there is a route through to the Super Series. Take a look at Darts Atlas and
135.
the amateur dart circuit across all the social media platforms. There's so many expert
60.
players out there. Come and put your money where your mouth is. Here's your opportunity. It is called the MODUS Super Series. Open to absolutely anybody who doesn't have a tour
99.
card. And it's not tough. I've won a week. and I'm rubbish.
125. Darren, you require 70.
Yeah, but you never won anything in your life.
Not won anything of note.
That's a
Game
winning
shot.
note for Darren
Man of
Johnson, a
match, Darren
4-2 victory
Johnson.
against Adam Lipscombe. And so that means for him, he moves on to 2 points. 4 players now on 2 points in the group. Next up, Sam Cromwell, Fallon Sherrock.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Darren Johnson picked up his first win of the group, getting the better of Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an average just under 85 and a 156 high checkout. Next up for us, Fallon Sherrock, looking to get into the winners' enclosure after a 4-2 defeat against Scott Baker. What has been the highest quality game of the day so far, an average of 83.61. Up against Sam Cromwell, who we hope now, with that first experience on the main stage at the Super Series, is acclimatised to proceedings, and now we will see the sort of form that saw him qualify by right
56
to play for the ADC English belt match against Scott Marsh on Saturday.
And of course, the added bonus for
100.
winning his right to play in that belt match was the guarantee of 2 days in this Group C.
95.
For him, well, it won't feel like it, but it's all a bit of a learning curve, and that's how he's got to embrace this opportunity.
180.
And the thing is, the second he got
100.
the invitation and the email came through to say, you're playing on this date, I can imagine he's been looking forward. He's probably been doing his prep. He's probably been doing his research. Probably been doing the watching and imagining and dreaming that at some point I'm going to be on that stage. And the last thing you want to see happen is that
60.
real high feeling
Fallon, you require 108.
drop because of one game. Well, it's still on. The ball.
That's
70.
the tough nature of sport, I'm afraid. Whether it be introductory level
82. Fallon, you require
amateur level or
38.
pro level, you've got to deal with the disappointment
Fallon Sherrock.
as well as you deal with the success.
Second leg, it's
Fallon
Sam
Sherrock
to
dealing
throw
with the
first.
disappointment
Game
of
on.
losing against Scott Baker very well. 16 dart opening leg to lead 1-0.
59.
There has been some money being moved around the exchanges for this one. Fallon Sherrock before the off,
60.
going off the 2-7 favourite. Sam Cromwell, the outsider at 5-2. That is a bit of a change compared to what we saw earlier on this
97.
morning, Mace.
Yeah, a couple of points in favour of Fallon. That will be just the knee-jerk reaction to the
60.
performance levels of both in their opening games.
22. 59. 100. 60.
Just ticking along this leg. Oh, this is more like it, Sam.
140.
This will come in stages, winning his first leg, hitting his first 180, winning his first match.
92. Sam, you require 83.
All about making baby steps.
$58.
Weight
Fallon,
of
you require
dart
170.
was spot on. Line just off. Ooh. Hello.
You jinxed it.
98. Sam,
I
you
did.
require 25.
But it looked perfect. High in the bed. 88.
$21. Fallon, you require 72.
That's 3 opportunities that have come and gone for Sam Cromwell, and so Sherrock 72 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead. It's going to be a solitary dart at tops.
Game shot
And a
on the
dart at
second
tops
leg,
is all
Fallon
Sherrock
Sherrock.
needs to double her advantage. 2-0 to the Queen of the Palace.
Third leg, it's
Night
Fallon
and
to
day
throw
in
first.
terms of
Game on.
experience between these two.
$140.
Fallon, this will just feel second nature. She's in a very comfortable place.
45.
Whereas this, complete different complexion of it. For Fallon Sherrock, this is just another day at the office. She's been here, she's done it, she's worn the T-shirt so many times. As for Sam Cromwell,
140.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but this is probably the biggest day of his darting life.
90.
He's under the lights, isn't he? He's under the microscope.
81.
Being evaluated and judged, and no doubt criticised by those in their
100. Fallon, you require
fortnight pyjamas
140.
and mum's box rooms.
$70.
Have you woken up today and chosen violence, mate?
Retribution, young man.
99. Fallon, you require 70.
For 3-0.
Good thinking from Sam, leaving himself the 167. Will it all be in vain?
38.
He's got to
Sam,
pop
you
at it.
require 167.
I think sometimes the
58. Fallon, you require 32.
doesn't get to the end of the follow through, and it's coming out of the
Game
hand
shot
a
on
little
third
bit
leg,
early,
Fallon
which is
Sherrock.
making the dart lander a little low, and then he's trying to throw the
Fourth
dart
leg, it's
harder,
Sam
and
to
it
throw
becomes
first. Game on.
counterproductive.
Is that purely a nerves thing, or is
Yeah.
it something a little bit more with the action?
Yeah, both.
134.
But that's the beauty of doing this. He'll be able to go back, watch it, evaluate it for himself,
100.
and make the adjustments.
To 29. $125.
You just feel like Fallon can just play at this level
100.
all day, and if she plays at this level all day, she's going to do more than enough to put herself in the equation at the end of proceedings. 83.5 average against Scott Baker,
96.
averaging 88.26 here, 3 out of 5 on the doubles.
87.
And providing Cromwell doesn't take out this 151, has 6 darts to seal the deal.
140.
Perfect setup.
Sam, you require
It's Hail Mary
151.
time for Sam.
Yeah, Fallon takes her average in excess of 90.
93. Fallon, you require 40.
And tops to complete the job, 4-0, double 10.
Game,
And Fallon
shot,
Sherrock
and a match.
gets on
Fallon
the board
Sherrock.
with a 4-0 success against Sam Cromwell. Doing so an 89.73 average and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Sherrock looks so comfortable playing at this type of pace and standard. For Cromwell, it's an improvement from game 1, but still work to do. Next up, Kantele against Baker. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Fallon Sherrock posted the highest average of the session so far in getting the better of St Cromwell by 4-0. So the Queen of the Palace off the mark in the group, up against the bookmakers' favourite to win the group in Scott Baker. He takes on the Finn, Marko Kantele, to finish off our second round of fixtures.
Game on.
Yep, second cycle of matches will be complete when we do come back on Sporty Stuff at 3 p.m. All the players will have 3 more matches to complete, and then we will be
85.
halfway through the group. It's looking at the moment like it's this man's to lose.
60.
Favourite for a reason.
Well, you can tell that him and Fallon at the minute look like they're head and shoulders above the rest, just based on what we've seen so far. But we know that a player like Marko has got levels, has got gears. It's all about showing it now.
60.
As we said, if you want to contact us in the comms box at MSS Darts, all one word.
100.
We do, of course, have
58.
extra content on all the social medias. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter
60.
X, and TikTok. Of course, don't forget our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Please subscribe.
16.
Give us a quick like, and don't forget to hit that notification button. But if you've got any comments, my colleague Henry has the app open on his laptop.
76.
I'd love to hear from you.
I feel scared.
95.
Tots for
Marko
Kantele for
40.
1-0 lead.
Certainly an off leg for Baker.
Game shot on the first leg.
What
Marko
Baker
Kantele.
does very well, though, is just puts that to the back of his mind, and he just goes about his business.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Well, I'd say
Game
he'd be
on.
quick to recover, but let's be honest, Scott Baker doesn't do anything slowly.
80.
Abby mentioned this at the top of the show. Will the pace of the game maybe a much more inexperienced version of Baker? Then I'd say yes, but he's been around the game a long, long time. He's seen all styles and
121.
speeds.
43.
Be interesting to see a game between Scott Baker and Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that's a real apples and oranges scenario, isn't it?
Well, let's have a look at Scott
60.
Baker's record when it comes to major competitions. Made it onto the scene around about 2016-17 time. Played a couple of
95.
World Masters. The best that he got was to the televised stages back in 2018, the last 32. Made the quarterfinals of the World Trophy back in 2018 over at the Preston Guildhall. Made his World Championship debut that year. Lost in the first round.
140.
And then in 2019 played at the Lakeside and was famously 3-0 up on a certain Glenn Durrant, who was looking for a hat-trick of Lakeside titles that year, before then going on to lose by 4-3. In fact, in both of his BDO World Championship appearances, he lost in last set to Siders. The year before, he lost in it's a defeat that probably look a bit better now than it did then. It was a 3-2 defeat to Andy Barton.
158.
That defeat on reflection doesn't look quite as bad, does it?
60.
Still hurt all the same.
120.
Just like this 120 for Kantele would.
So what you're saying is, does a dodged a bullet on
60.
en
Scott,
route
you
to the
require
title?
98.
I'm saying now. Double 19. He's decided to split.
66.
And nearly got the hit.
Marko, you require 60.
20 and tops. 2-0. Under break of throw.
Game shot on the second leg. Marko Kantele.
Clinical. Averaging over 91.
Third leg is
Maybe
Marko
we
to
were a
throw
little bit
first.
quick
Game
to
on.
distinguish the chances of Marko Kantele after that first game. And Scott Baker judges back to the board and watches Kantele again fill the bed up.
100.
Yeah, and then of course they got his PDC tour card, did Scott?
180.
As he hits a max to kickstart leg 3. Qualified for the Players' Championship finals in 2019, but didn't qualify for Alexandra Palace in either of the years that he obtained his tour card.
Yeah, usually find those that
125.
don't make the Worlds very rarely retain their card because of the
60.
emphasis on the prize money, of course, at the World Championships.
Well, the key year one is to always qualify for the 2 year-end events, the Players' Championship finals and the World Championship. That way you give yourself every opportunity in year 2.
100.
But then in year 2, you've then got to make that push. Qualify for more Euro Tours, try and sneak in other major events.
140.
There's a bit of a trend, isn't there, with a lot of people now putting more emphasis on the Euro Tours rather than the Pro Tours because of the amount of money involved.
$66. Scott, you require 121.
So 121 for Scott Baker to get the break back and to reduce the deficit. Not going to happen on this occasion. And
57.
the way that he's been playing so
Marko,
far,
you
you wouldn't
require
put this 110
110.
out of the reach of Kantele for a 3-0 lead. Moves across, treble 17 the target now, not to be, and so Baker along to the 16 corridor.
78. Scott, you require
Well, the break
64.
back. It's going to be double 8, now double 4.
Game shot
Back
on the
to
third leg.
2-1.
Scott Baker.
And if he fought for Baker, it was going to be easy street. You can think again.
First, game on. $59.
We've just gone past our anniversary, of course, of the
97.
all-new MODUS Super Series. I have to say a massive thank you just on our YouTube channel.
100.
Over 5.3 million views. Absolutely incredible. Really do appreciate all of you that take the time to enjoy the coverage.
137.
Of course, we get the feedback from all the stats from the various apps that the
140.
event is broadcast on. You can almost, well, almost quadruple that. It's incredible.
And of course, TV viewing figures as well.
Yep. Yeah, we do appreciate the massive support, which
81.
allows us to continue to give the players a platform to ply their trade and
140.
continue with their dreams and aspirations, whichever it may be in the sport.
Yeah, over 1.3
134.
thousand of you watching right now.
Scott,
Thank you so
require
much.
62.
It's a 2-2. It's going to be a dart in hand. A double 16 for
30.
Baker, not to beat.
Marko,
And
you
so
require
Kantele to open up a
52.
3-1 lead here. So double 10 to put
Game
himself
shot on
a
the
leg
fourth
away
leg,
from
Marko
beating
Kantele.
Scott Baker, the man that some felt was seemingly the all-conquering player in the group.
5th leg, it's Marko to throw
Every
first.
mistake so
Game on.
far has been punished by Kantele. His average continues to climb. It's up around 94 now. Got Baker in a spot of bother. Kantele enjoying that reset mentality.
77.
I tell you what else is also taken off is Taylor on our TikToks. Absolutely. When we put
100.
clips on there, I'm not on it. I don't. But I've seen him show me it, and it's absolutely millions and millions and millions of views of sort of highlights and strange things that have happened on that stage.
Yeah, he's our social media guru at the
100.
Super Series. Does an excellent job. And yeah, we're available across our social media platforms, whether it be TikTok, Twitter,
100.
Twitter. And you know what you can do on there? You can get all the latest ticketing news as well whilst you're at it. But thank you, everyone, for your continued support. 13,500 of you subscribing, 1,400 watching right now. Thank you for your continued support. With plenty of content as well available on the Super Series YouTube channel throughout the course of the week or so. As Baker hits a max, leaving himself on a finish, but Kantele looking to set up to complete the job.
Yeah, Baker at the point of no return. 3 legs remain. Has to win them all. How low's Kantele going to go from 184? Ooh, what a big
100.
dart.
Scott, you require 121.
Finishing today in this region has
Game
been
shot on
stunning, and it
5th leg,
continues
Scott
with a
Baker.
1-2-1 in 12. Remember, in his opening match, he had a 108, a 136, a 137. We can add
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first.
1-2-1
Game
to
on.
that list.
The Scott Baker ton plus finishing repertoire is in full flow again.
60.
Suddenly just changes the dynamic of the game because Baker's got the darts to send us to a last leg decider. Good quality game this. These are the averages. 95.5 plays, 89.12. And the finishing stats now, we have been quite critical of the finishing
60.
so far today in certain games, but not to be sniffed at. 3 from 5 and 2 from 5.
Yeah, and especially one of the two from Baker. He was under the pump and produced a 1-2-1 on the ball.
180.
First max for Kantele.
Well, that's a third for Baker.
180.
That's his 5th of the day already. We were really talking up his chances before this competition began. Before a dart was thrown on Monday, let alone today. And so far, he is proving to us as to
100.
why that is the case.
Still got work to do here, though, in this particular leg and match.
100. Marko, you require 140.
If he doesn't take it out, he's going to force Baker into yet another ton plus out.
100. Scott,
Steady
you
away.
require 101.
That was a safe dart if I've ever seen one, as Baker looks to save the game with yet another ton plus finish. It's tops.
81.
And for once, he's missed something in that
Marko, you require
range.
40.
And it may well cost him the game.
Been one of Kantele's best performances of the week so far. He's averaging 98.28. And he's got 2 darts in hand for a
Game,
big sculpt.
shot, and a match, Marko
And he
Kantele.
completes the job in 14 darts. Not too many complaints there from Scott Baker. Kantele takes the spoils and moves to the top of the table on 4 points, making it 2 from 2. End average 97.42, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Well, we'll be taking a short break, and then we will be back with Adam Lipscombe against Fallon Sherrock.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Darren Johnson, and board 2, Kate Nixon, Robert Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 6 games into our Group C session, and we've just seen, Chris Mason, the biggest upset of the day. Marko Kantele getting the better of Scott Baker. A really impressive display from him.
Yeah, really good performance, an average of 97.5. I don't think Scott had too many complaints. You know, he played well enough himself. A little bit slow to get out of the blocks in the start of the match, but yeah, great performance from Marko, and I think he's one of those that's benefiting from that reset mentality. Had a bit of a tough time in Group A, but it looks good today so far.
Yeah, when you look at his finishing displays as well from yesterday, really impressive in that area. 57% checkout success in that last match as well. Let's have a look at the other results that have already come in so far this afternoon. The afternoon got underway. It was a bit of a slow and edgy start, wasn't it, in the first 2 games? Adam Lipscombe coming through 4-1 before Darren Johnson went down to Marko Kantele. There were 39 missed darts at a double across those 2 games. Early nerves for Sam Cromwell.
Yeah, early nerves for everybody. Listen, we've seen really experienced players come here and struggle to get going on their first couple of matches, and you could see with Sam, he was, you know, so nervous and so edgy. But hopefully, listen, this is just a learning curve and an experience for him to just take it all in and soak up the atmosphere and, you know, all the parts of it, the practice and the preparation, and just sort of get his head around what's going on, because it is tough. Listen, I remember making my debut, and it is nerve-wracking.
Let's have a look then at the table with 6 games already played. And as you can see, it is very, very tight. Marko Kantele, the only player to win both of his opening games. Then you have Fallon Sherrock, Adam Lipscombe, Scott Baker and Darren Johnson all tied on 2 points. Sam Cromwell yet to get off the mark. How difficult is it? You mentioned those nerves, but also when you see everyone else around you, everyone else in the practice room is picking up points and you're not. How much does that start to get to you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's another element he has to deal with. And again, we've seen it with players of far more experience that have actually played here before. And once you don't get off the line, You know, look at Adam on day one. You know, he couldn't find a win anywhere, and then bounced back on the next day. Won 3 out of his 5. Didn't quite work out for him on day 3, but that's probably more to do with the level of play in that particular group. And yeah, listen, he's just got to shrug his shoulders and easier said than done, I know, but just try and enjoy it.
And we mentioned the 39 darts missed at the outer ring in the first 2 games, but then along came Scott Baker because he took out a 108, a 136, and a 137 in his opening match.
All in the same game.
Yeah, absolutely.
That went across the session. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? We often say that missing doubles is infectious. Well, so's hitting them, and I mean, this was a beautiful sequence of finishing in, and you know, the 136, the 137, and then a 121 in his next match. So, listen, he was always the favourite for this group, and I think we've just seen an example of why. But the table at the moment doesn't look that way, but let's have a look at the end of the day.
And as for Darren Johnson, his finishing has been questionable at times over the course of his opening 2 games, but he did take out this stunning 156. That can be quite frustrating as well, can't it? Because you take out a finish like this and then it started to desert him.
Yeah, and then in his opening match, he's thinking to himself, well, how can I miss so many darts at a double? But I think that's the nature of this game. You know, it's a game of fine margins, and sometimes they go. Sometimes you can have a day where you can score like an absolute Trojan and not finish your dinner. Then the next day you're sort of 85 tons, the odd 140, but stick a 156 in front of me and you take it out. It's just the strange element to our sport.
And Fallon Sherrock, of course, joint favourite with Scott Baker to progress through from Group C. Contrast in her 2 performances so far, but she really did well to stick to the task in hand, didn't she, against Sam?
Yeah, she was clinical, and that was an example of it. Sam had a couple of opportunities to get a leg on the board and feel like he was into the match, and then Fallon comes behind, loads of experience, and we know how good she is with 1 dart in hand, finds tops and never looked back. I thought that was a decent showing against Sam.
Do you still think that it'll be those 2 who progress?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're the 2 of the most reliable players over the course of 2 days. Although I've been impressed with Marko. Like the look of Darren Johnson. I said he might be an outsider if you're looking for a bit of sport and a fun bet at 8-1. But yeah, I'd be shocked if it's not Fallon and Baker that go through.
Right then, 9 more games coming up for you this afternoon. We'll return with them from 3 p.m. Make sure you come back and join us then. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are 6 games into our Group C campaign, so let's take a little look now at the results that we have already seen so far this afternoon. Over the course of our opening 2 games, we saw 39 missed darts at a double. Sam Cromwell on debut here at the Super Series, going down 4-1 to Adam Lipscombe before Marko Kantele picked up one of his 2 victories so far over Darren Johnson. As you can see there, he also got the better of the favourite Scott Baker by the same scoreline. The session really kicked into gear though in Game 3. Scott Baker taking out a 108, 136 and a 137 en route to victory over the Queen of the Palace. Double trouble did continue in Game 4 as well, because aside from a 156 from Johnson at the start, there was a lot of double trouble in that one. He did get over the line though to get the better of Adam Lipscombe and condemn him to his first defeat in Group C. We can have a little look at what that does to the league standings. It is, of course, Marko Kantele who is out on top on 4 points, having won both of his games. Fallon Sherrock, Adam Lipscombe, Scott Baker and Darren Johnson are all level on 2 points. Sam Cromwell on debut, yet to get off the mark, looking a little nervy early on in his debut campaign here. Next up for you this afternoon, we've got Adam Lipscombe taking on Fallon Sherrock. So let's get back into the action now and hand over to Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good afternoon, everyone who's joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. Round 3 of 5 in our afternoon session sees Adam Lipscombe take on Fallon Sherrock. These 2 players dropped out of Group A, which took place on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. And as far as the start of their days are concerned, well, both were on the same number of points. But in terms of performance, there is a bit of a difference between the pair. Adam Lipscombe got over the line in a nervy game against Sam Cromwell in match 1 before then being beaten by Darren Johnson in his second match. As far as Fallon Sherrock was concerned, she lost out in the opener against Scott Baker, but responded with a 4-0 win against Sam Cromwell, averaging, well, the second highest average of the day so far. The highest when it took place, the 89.73.
100.
What sort of form guide we're going to see in this one. And it's a very good afternoon to the always opinionated Chris Mason.
Afternoon, Henry.
100.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome, as Henry said, to all of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. Sit back and enjoy an afternoon of tungsten. 6 matches of this group complete. 9 more to bring you. Same tomorrow, and we'll be even closer to knowing our lineup for Saturday night's final. We do know John Henderson already there after winning Group A. If you're joining us for the first time, the top 2 from this Group C will join Hendo on Saturday night in the finals. And then tonight from 10 o'clock, we start Group B on Sporty Stuff TV. For those of you outside of the UK, you can watch via our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel or your chosen bookmaker app and provider. Tonight's Group B, Sean McDonald, Ryan Furness, Scott Marsh, Moreno Michels and James Hurrell.
98, Fallon Sherrock, 118.
As Sherrock got Adam's number in the opening leg.
And 3 from 5 from Group B will progress to Saturday night's final.
58, Adam Sherrock, 40.
So tops are 1-0 for Adam Lipscombe.
Game
and
shot
1-0 it is to Baby Boy. Great nickname.
Well, the 2 that were fancied from this group to
Second
join
leg is Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Hendo in Saturday night's final is Fallon and Scott Baker. At the moment, they're currently in 3rd and 4th positions in the table. Kantele, who last time out produced
45.
The highest average of the session so far, just over 97. He's the only unbeaten player in the group. 2 from 2.
59.
And that was the best version of Marko Kantele that we've seen this week. Only one average similar to that was a 97.21.
That was a losing average, wasn't it?
It was a 4-0 losing average to Fallon Sherrock, who notched up 105.47.
Recall
46.
Actually how many darts at a double she had. I don't think he had. I don't think it was many.
4.
Yeah.
4 and a 8 on the
100.
doubles, 105.47 average. There was not really much that Kantele could have done. That was his debut game, so that would have been a hello and welcome to Super Series
41.
introductory lesson. It was John Henderson who really set the pace alight in terms of Group A. Victor by a huge
97.
margin in the end. Averages of, well, the high was 106.9. That was against Fallon Sherrock in a 4-2 success on Tuesday.
140.
He's going to be considered a real favourite going into that finale in a couple of days' time.
100. Fallon, you require 115.
As for Sherrock, 115 to level proceedings here. The treble 19 would have left the requisite double, and so Lipscombe's got the opportunity here now on 76 to
54.
double his
Adam,
lead
you
with the
require
break.
76.
Yeah, biggest upset of the day was the last match before we joined our friends on
Game
Sporty
shot on the
Stuff
second
TV,
leg.
and that
Adam
was
Lipscombe.
a 4-2 win for Marko, as we mentioned. He was even money. Scott Baker was
Third
8
leg is
to
Adam to
11.
throw first. Game
And
on.
this would be an even bigger upset. 2-0 to the good. Adam Lipscombe.
125.
Looking a lot more settled, average of 91.38.
Well, he's another one that, like Marko, that will feel the benefit of that reset
58.
mentality. Both really didn't get into the bones of Group A, did they?
85.
I do wonder whether being the local player adds a bit of pressure as well, knowing that if you do qualify, you know
140.
you're going to bring swaves of supporters alongside you.
40.
Actually speaking to
98.
Adam in the week, and he said that he had people that are willing to turn down tickets to a popular music festival on Saturday night to watch him in action.
85.
Yeah, very popular, isn't he?
Turns out he may well be more popular than Kaiser Chiefs and Kasabian.
57.
Either they predict a riot or they back the underdog.
32.
So
Fallon,
you're
you
a
require
DJ
148.
in your part-time.
There's a joke to be had there, but we're not going to go there.
60. Adam, you require 134.
Fallon doesn't win this leg, she's going to find herself in a world of
94.
trouble.
Fallon, you
Adam
require
leads top,
88.
so this 88's got to go. May only get one dart at the ball. Finds the trouble, gets 2 at double 14.
Game shot on the
brilliant.
third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
She was right under it and produces the 88 finish in 2 for a 17 dart break back.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Now, a real test of Adam Lipscombe's character.
100.
There's so much to talk about in terms of the back of Adam Lipscombe's shirt.
140.
First of all, why is it a man? Is it a baby? If it's a man, why is it wearing a
48.
nappy? If it's a baby, why has it got a beard and tattoo?
Staying well away.
123.
Here's some rope, Henry. Where you go.
95.
Or it could just be a
Fallon, you require
man-child.
138.
Oh, that's excellent. Double 12 for Sherrock for 138.
126. $58. Fallon, you require
So double
12.
6. What would be a 13 dart leg to bring
Game
us
shot on the
back
fourth
to
leg. Fallon
2-2?
Best leg of the match so far. 13 dart hold for
Fifth leg
Fallon.
is Adam to throw first. Game on.
And we're back on throw. 89.67.
55.
The average for Fallon. 81.45. The finishing from both Henry has been superb.
180.
Lipscombe's been word perfect on the finishing. Fallon word perfect with the first visit of that leg.
140. 100. 100. 140.
Tom 40 leads Sherrock on 81 after 9 against the darts.
45. Fallon, you require 81.
And so 81 for the break. Treble 15, double 18 is a popular attack.
41. Adam, you require
So
161.
161 for Lipscombe for a 3-2 lead. Went down for treble 17 first, went down to go up.
83.
And Sherrock is back for top.
Fallon,
So
you
what would
require
be
40.
a second consecutive 13 dart leg?
Should take a 14.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Leads for the first time. The
Sixth leg is
averages
Fallon to throw first.
continue
Game
to
on.
climb for Sherrock. Now 93. 3 out of 5 on the doubles. 5 140s, 1 180, 6 scores of a ton. Or
62.
between a ton and 139.
Well, we said previously in the piece against Cromwell, her 89 average was something we thought that she could comfortably play towards throughout the course of the day. And despite a slowish start in the first leg and a half, she's brought it up to 91.77. And just get the sense against most of the field that is going to be enough.
100.
The next game will be against Darren Johnson in a couple of games' time. That's going to be the first match of round 4.
$100.
73 adrift on throw. That takes care of that.
100.
Couldn't quite squeeze in a second treble. Leaves the door ajar for Adam.
50.
I think ball's the right shot
Fallon, you
there.
require 153.
Leaves the easier 130 out. Or should I say the less complicated?
99. Adam, you require
Has to go.
130.
This to save the match. And so Sherrock comes back
40.
for 54 to win the match.
Fallon, you require 54.
For a 4-2 win. And how many times today have we seen darts
22.
stray into big numbers where they
Adam,
didn't
you
want
require
them?
90.
Another single leaves the ball, and I think you've just got to make sure of the single 20 there. You just got to stay straight rather than chase a treble. I'd rather be getting a dart at the ball than a dart at nothing.
36. Fallon, you require 32.
So double 16 for Fallon Sherrock.
Game, shot.
To seal
and
the
a match,
deal and to
Fallon
pick
Sherrock.
the points up. And Fallon Sherrock is top of the pile with an average of 90.16, 4 out of 7 on the finishing. And that is kind of the level that we are seeing from her throughout the course of the day. And it is enough to be harbouring points. Adam Lipscombe, 2 out of 2 when he had attempts at the double. But the scoring terms, it was Sherrock who outpowered her. Next up, Darren Johnson against Scott Baker.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Fallon Sherrock pick up her second win of the group, a 4-2 success against Adam Lipscombe, doing so with a 90.16 average and 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. Next up for us, it is Darren Johnson in action up against the man that the bookmakers had as the 7-4 favourite to go on and win Group C in Scott Baker. Darren Johnson, 56 years of age, from Mexborough in Yorkshire, former Northern Ireland Open champion, is the DJ up against the 37-year-old Tipton thrower Scott Baker, who made the last 16 of the BDO World Championships back in 2019, throwing a light 14-gram dart. And that is your referee, Justin Bradshaw.
Yeah, these two will know each other very well from the Open circuit.
125.
Both like to travel to the open competitions that are staged up and down the country.
36.
57% is the number that seems to be doing the business. The last 3 winners.
43.
4 from 7 on the doubles. 2 of them, of course, being Fallon.
41.
In terms of what the odds compilers said in this one, Darren Johnson went off at 13-8. Scott Baker, the short price favourite of 4-9. And Darren Johnson's one of those players where the bookmakers can be burnt by him because at any moment he could pull a performance out of the fire.
60.
Yeah, he's got a good level of play in the locker. Been around
133
years as Darren Johnson. I certainly remember him from the
100
mid-90s.
Require 99.
Can Johnson put a flake in the first leg?
59.
This is very similar to the performance from Scott Baker last time out, where he
100. Darren, you require 40.
left himself a little bit too much to do in the early stages
Game
and just
shot on the
couldn't
first
quite
leg.
peg
Darren
back.
Johnson.
Marko Kantele ended with an average of 97.42, but it's a 16
Second leg,
darter.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Get this tie underway for Darren Johnson.
That's more like it for Scott Baker after what was a quiet first leg from his perspective.
95. 59.
Got any comments or questions from any of our new viewers on Sporty Stuff TV at MSS Darts on the
100
Twitter/X app? Are we ever going to not call it Twitter? We are, of course, on all the
58.
other socials. Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
$132. 100.
Henry will have the app open in front of him. If you do want to contact us at MSS
55.
Darts.
Scott, you require 104.
84 remaining. Johnson
88.
looking to do to
Darren,
Scott
you
Baker
require
what Scott Baker's been
119.
doing to the rest of the field all day, and that's take out big ton plus finishes. In fact, over the course of 2 matches, Scott Baker's got 4 of them. But Johnson isn't going to hit Baker with the same kind of haymaker that he's
59.
done to the rest
Scott,
of the
you require
opposition.
16.
And so double
Game
8
shot
to
on the
level
second
up at
leg,
1 apiece.
Scott
And that's
Baker.
more like it as far as Scott Baker is concerned. 1-1.
Third leg is
Almost
Darren to throw
poetic
first.
there.
Game on.
Henry, too much coffee.
It's a small coffee today. Although I did have a full English. That is a full bet.
180.
It's a full house.
Oh, carry on, chaps. Carry on.
180.
The fuse is being lit.
You go for the full English with tomatoes and black pudding.
60.
No, I didn't quite go that far.
Sausage and bacon and
83.
fried bread. Wow, impressive. Are you a chips man with your
35.
breakfast?
No. Chips do not belong on a full English. No, that's scandalous. That's absolutely scandalous.
100.
Couple of bacon. Couple of sausage. Toast, beans, hash brown. There we go.
95.
Yeah, there we have it.
Scott, you require 138.
Right, is this time for another ton topper for Baker? Double 12 to add the 138 to the list.
Yeah,
Darren, you
the
require
136, the
131.
137, and very nearly the 138. Of course, certain parts of Ireland and Scotland, they have white pudding. Have you had that?
No, I can't say I have.
99. Scott, you require
Good.
24.
You like that kind of thing?
Double 6
Games
for
on the third
2-1.
leg. Scott Baker.
And the Breaker throw.
Yeah, just starting to move through the gears.
Fourth
is
leg, it's
Scott
Scott
Baker.
to throw first.
Break a throw.
Game on.
Back-to-back legs. In Scotland as well, they have square
100.
sausage.
Enlighten me.
It's a square sausage. Sausage is lovely. Can't beat a Scottish breakfast, I tell you.
85.
The Scottish fry. Washed down with a can of heavy.
100. $100.
Back in the red bit.
140.
Couple of tons and a 140 down to 161 after 9.
100. Scott, you require 161.
So 161 for a 3-1 lead for Scott Baker. Oh, Robin Hood.
40.
If you don't laugh, you're going to cry.
I assure you. On the
95.
mind of DJ there when
Scott,
that
you
treble
require
20's gone in. It's
121.
180 to leave 36, as it is. Both on 121. Double 14.
107. Darren, you require 121.
For Desmond. Not to be, and so Baker's going to come back for double 7 to put himself 2 legs clear.
81. Scott, you require 14.
One left.
7.
Just too far up.
Darren, you require
And so
40.
Johnson comes back to level this game up. He's only had one dart at double in this game. It was at tops and he hit it. Oh, that's grazed the white.
20.
The third one dragged
Scott,
below,
you
and so
require
Baker
7.
comes back for more opportunities to open up a 2-leg gap. 2 at double 2. Now to the madhouse.
No score. Darren, you require 20.
It's all got a little messy.
Games
But
on the
Johnson
fourth
picks
leg.
up the
Darren
pieces to
Johnson.
level up at 2 apiece.
Will be
Fifth leg, it's Darren
massively
to throw first. Game on.
frustrating. Scott Baker.
He shakes his head in the background, knowing the opportunities that he's had to pull himself clear. And now he sees Johnson pull away.
135.
He control of the game.
100.
Oh, he's 2 from 10 on the doubles, Scott Baker. And that is part of the
41.
mod downfall in this match.
45.
Don't forget, if you want to be here on Saturday night, you can do. Scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called dartshop.tv. And you can buy your tickets for a Super Series Saturday down on the South Coast. We're based in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. And it's a very good night, guaranteed.
Yeah, we're on London Road. Loads of bars and restaurants about if you want to make a weekend of it.
71.
Hotel around the corner. The ticket is actually free. It's only a £2 booking fee.
With a break
James
and they
on
put
the
him a leg
fifth
away.
edge,
And now
Scott
Scott Baker's throwing for the match.
That's just about right for me. Baker leading 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Especially on the passage of plays so far. Baker leading
100.
in every metric in the scoring phases of the match.
40.
And he's had more darts at a double. 5 more, in fact.
Well, you take out that scrappy leg in the middle.
45.
It's been a good contest.
Yeah, one poor leg doesn't make it a bad match.
137. 100. 100.
Trading tons.
83. 100. 137.
Excellent setup from Baker to leave himself on double 18 for the match. And so this 1-2-4, you since had to go for Darren Johnson, and his reaction there to the miss says exactly that.
44. Scott, you require 36.
To get the job done. And to put himself onto 4 points, but he's gone too far. Down.
No score.
Yes, no score.
Yeah, busted score.
Darren, you require 80.
Wanted 18 and hit 28. Got to be careful here. Wants tops.
60.
Doesn't go, and so Scott looking for double 18 to complete the job by 4 legs to 2, and that's exactly what he does as the mod gets the better of the DJ. And it is Scott Baker who the tune of the final dart sings to his name. A 4-2 victory, an 84 average in the end, 4 out of 15 on the doubling. And the bookmaker's favourite now sees himself as part of a three-way tie at the top of the table. But Marko Kantele can put himself clear at the summit if he gets the better of Sam Cromwell next.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Scott Baker got the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 2. So that moves him on to 4 points. Marko Kantele will move on to 6. We can get the better of Sam Cromwell, our ADC qualifier in this group. And it's fair to say nerves have kind of played a part in Sam's day so far. But we did see a massive improvement in performance from game 1 to game 2. But he's going to have to find another one here.
Yeah, for sure. Averaged 62, well, very nearly 62 in his debut match.
134.
And then averaged 78.5 in match 2 against a very good Fallon, it has to be said. A chance to build on that, and starts with a 1-3-4.
45.
He's got to watch. There's a couple of elements of his game that he needs to be wary of. The actual speed or the acceleration from backswing to release. It's
30.
not smooth enough to make his throw consistent.
Before the off, before the running, Sam Cromwell was 7-4. Kantele 2-5 to win this game.
Yeah, again, he has drifted in the markets in response to proceedings so far.
43.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit softer. And you'll
91.
find then he can have more control.
For those that perhaps don't know what you mean by softer, when you say that, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so from the back end of the backswing, effectively, of the throw. So
60.
when he draws the dart towards his face,
148.
from that point there, it's the speed in which he accelerates
28.
to generate the impetus in the dart to reach the board. You're only throwing a 21, 22 gram dart. You know, you're not throwing a kettlebell at the board. And if, like Sam, where you've got sometimes a bit of an early release, you'll find that your darts land low. So your natural instinct is to obviously throw the dart harder. Well, in terms of throwing it harder, you're effectively throwing it faster. So if you're a little bit softer from sort of point B on the backswing to point A on the release, the dart will come out the hand a lot cleaner. So there won't be a lot of weep and wibble, which takes out the aerodynamic quality of the dart, because the dart will sit up and, of course, it's heading towards the board almost flat. Or if it comes out the board and it sort of stays in that
Game shot on the
shape,
first leg, Sam Cromwell.
you can actually throw the dart softer and it will go further.
Well, Sam Cromwell's got himself in front in this first leg, leading Kantele by a leg to nil, who prior to this game was previously unbeaten.
$100. $84. $140.
Kantele possibly beginning to click into gear after 8. So start to the match.
$30.
Of course, you do have any questions, observations, and maybe want to elaborate on the conversation that we had in the last leg. If you have any questions about maybe your throw or something like that, do get in touch with us. It's at MSS Darts across our social media feeds.
Marko, you require 121.
And we'll endeavour to answer those questions as Kantele looks to answer the question of a first leg concession with this 121. Goes 25 first. And that means it's going to be a darter double 18 to respond with a ton topper.
85.
And it bends that double 18 wire.
I may get round to it one day doing a bit of a
Marko, you require 36.
darting clinic type series of videos on YouTube or something like that. Double 16. A happy accident.
Game shot.
Very happy accident. That just squeezed into the bottom corner, but it doesn't matter how, as long as it's in and it's one apiece.
Third leg is
Even
Sam
after all of that drama, it was still only a 15 darter.
99. $100. $47.
Of course, the mechanics of a player's throw is very individual. We're saying a player's grip
85.
is very much like how we all hold a pen. It's always a little bit different. Some more effective than others.
36.
It's something that can be tweaked and evolve.
And is this why what Barry Van Peer's done over the last 18 months or so, the way that he's literally rebuilt his throw, should be given even more credit than perhaps we give?
Well, I personally give him all the credit in the world. I can remember
95. Marko, you require
watching him
36.
go through the absolute ringer in the Grand Slam, wasn't it? Where his throw just completely broke down. Trust me, he still goes through it now, but he manages it. He has coping mechanisms
96.
and little tricks he uses just to be able to throw to the level he does. And it has been an incredible story because
59. Marko,
pretty
you
much
require
going to
40.
get his tour car back next season, isn't he?
Yeah, we're not going to see much of Berry around here anymore.
Game
And we're not
shot
going
on
to
the
see
third
any
leg,
more of the
Marko
third leg of this
Kantele.
match because Kantele breaks the lead 2-1 in the space of 13 darts.
After a disappointing start,
Fourth leg is Marko
there's
to throw
28
first.
darts used from
Game
Kantele
on.
to lead 2-1.
Well, he's just beginning to show his class a little bit. That's just Sam Cromwell.
Well, for me, this is the best we've seen of Marko all week.
85.
Well, in terms of his average for the day yesterday, he averaged 81.57, was 13
41.
out of 33 when it came to the finishing. And so we did have a couple of causes for concern going into today's action. His average the day before was 80.55, and that came as a considerable dip from
140.
day one when he averaged 87.92 and converted 9 out of 27 darts at a double.
45.
And his average currently for the day is closer to 90 than 80.
$80.
But the other thing that's got to be put in the equation as well, as far as Kantele's
131.
concerned, the amount of success that he's had in the Nordic and Baltic region, it means that it doesn't matter. Sometimes he knows if he can just get to the well, he knows how to get over the line. It doesn't matter how, as long as you do.
60.
Again, the inexperience of
29.
trying to force
Marko, you
everything.
require
Always feel for
136.
the young players making their debuts. First appearance, of course, on television. That comes with added pressure and expectation.
100.
Of course, you don't want to let anybody down and don't want to let yourself down.
85.
You crave for this opportunity,
Marko, you
and when it
36.
comes, you almost think, oh, God, get me off.
You almost want the stage to eat you up alive. Double 18, now double 9 for Kantele.
He's splitting. Double 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The right decision,
Marko
3-1 to
Kantele.
Kantele.
Fifth leg, it's Sam
Had
to
a
throw
tweet
first.
come in
Game on.
from George.
81.
I'll repeat the handle, I don't think.
Let me have a look.
Can I?
I don't know why you wouldn't.
85.
Not exactly. I don't. Not unless it's slang for something that I'm unaware of.
And this is the issue. I don't know. I don't want to
96.
gamble. But the question is this. What's your favourite moment from all weeks of MODUS Super Series darts? Your favourite moment. There's a lot to pick from.
95.
Well, there's. I don't think I can just pick one. I think
94.
Luke Littler would feature in a few moments of them. The Steve West 9 after missing one that week, right on the wire, double 12. I think the 9 from Pilgrim, and then
60.
the record-breaking average. The 3 bulls. Yeah, this we've had too many.
99.
I mean,
But thank you for the question, George. And unfortunately, I just couldn't. It'd be unfair to try and pin it down to just one.
the Heenahan 9 is a personal one because it was a 9 that I had the pleasure of
41.
commentating on.
Sam, you require 131.
It's not all about you, Henry.
55.
Well, are we also counting the live league in Southampton for memories?
Yeah, I suppose we could.
We had some memories there, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
140
for Kantele
Sam,
means
you
that
require
this 76 now is under oodles of pressure.
Double 12.
64. Marko, you
For the
require
match,
80.
and he should get a dart at tops to do exactly that. Another. To complete the job, Kantele looking for tops.
60.
But he can't pin it.
Sam, you require 12.
In terms of atmosphere, the finals night where
6.
Luke Littler
Marko,
picked
you
up the
require
title because
20.
the atmosphere was like nothing I've experienced here before or after.
Is there going to be a winning experience here for Marko Kantele? Double
Game,
10
shot,
completes
and
a
a match.
4-1
Marko
victory
Kantele.
against Sam Cromwell. Kantele, a 4-1 victor against Cromwell. Next up, it's Sherrock against Johnson.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're 9 games into our Group C campaign. Let's take a little look at the results so far. As you can see, debutant Sam Cromwell yet to pick up any points, and Marko Kantele has just made it 3 wins from 3, including a really impressive win over the group favourite Scott Baker, doing so with an average in excess of 97. As a result, he sits top of the table on 6 points. Fallon Sherrock back in action next, taking on Darren Johnson. She too can move on to 6 points with another victory here. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to Henry and Chris.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, a big game in terms of the context of the table. Still plenty of games to play over the next day and the remainder of this session. But the table can just start to take some kind of shape and form now, Henry.
Yeah, we kind of know roughly where every player is at in terms of form, in terms of how they're playing and where they're positioned. And as you say, when you look at the table at this moment now, Sherrock can put herself 4 points clear of the bottom half of the table.
99.
You'd expect Baker to at least finish on 6 points for the day. It could well be a very tall order for those at the bottom of the table very, very quickly.
140.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, looking at the run-in for Baker, he plays Sam, match number 12.
134.
And then doesn't have to wait long. Match number 14, he's up against this man, Darren Johnson.
85.
Baker can make it 4 from 5. It'll be a more than acceptable day. But credit to Kantele. He is the only unbeaten player so far. And for me, takes his place at the top of the table currently, and it's well-deserved.
But are we looking at a man there in Darren Johnson who could severely go under the radar? Sherrock can't take out the 133.
93. Darren, you require 136.
Well, I think that this match here will prove to be possibly pivotal in terms of
96. Fallon, you require 40.
what work he has to do tomorrow.
Game shot in the first leg. Fallon Sherrock.
I think a defeat here would be massively damaging to his chances of finishing in the top 2.
Second leg is Darren to
what a fantastic start from Fallon Sherrock. A 13-dart leg to get on the board, leading by a leg to 0. And all day long, even in the game that she lost to Scott Baker, she's looked so comfortable on that stage.
Yeah, well, that range we talk of between her very best and when she is below par, we're not seeing that today.
44.
We're seeing a much more consistent level. And consistency is key in the Super Series because of its very nature in terms of the round-robin aspect to it.
Well, she's playing in excess of the form that we saw in the first couple of days, which gave us a good guide as to where she was at. It was an 85 average on day 1, an 84 average on day 2. It regressed a couple of points to 82.67 on day 3. But in terms of today's numerics, an 83.61 to start against Scott Baker, an 89.73 against Sam Cromwell, and then a 90.16 against Adam Lipscombe. The trajectory is only going in one direction, and that's up.
Yeah, that's where I expect her to see her anything between 85 and 90.
140.
And then, when she's not quite on it, when she starts averaging in them low 70s, which can happen in a short race to 4, of course.
For example, in set play at the PDC World Championships, you can see a player winner set with an average of 125, and then the next set could be one with a 78. It's a pretty similar metric here.
Absolutely. And as we know, one leg can destroy an average, but
47.
That shouldn't.
Darren, you require 32. Game shot on the second leg. Darren Johnson.
Shouldn't massively affect how you see it as a match in a whole.
13 for Sherrock, followed by 16 for Johnson to level proceedings up at 1 apiece. For the off, the bookmakers had Fallon Sherrock as the 1-2 favourite. Darren Johnson, the 6-4 outsider. And if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, it is 18 plus and begambleaware.org. And don't forget, it's double session day here at the Super Series. We're back tonight from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where we're going to see in action Moreno Michaels, who came down from Group A. The other player joining him from that particular group is the Hillbilly, James Hubble. And they're going to be joined alongside Sean McDonald, Ryan Finesse and Scott Marsh as Fallon Sherrock leads herself on 1-2-1 after 9 here in the third leg, averaging just under 105.5.
105.49, isn't that?
100. Fallon, you require
exact
121.
high average of the week.
Just 0.02 points off.
97.
24 after 12 in leg 3. This is some performance.
Well, she gets it first dart in hand. Her 2 winning legs would have been done in the space of 26 darts combined. And that's exactly what happens as Fallon Sherrock moves into a 2-1 lead, a high-quality contest. The average ticks above 104.
Fourth leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Darren would have have to been finding 12s against the throw.
180.
First maximum of the match. Johnson trailing 2-1, but averaging 107.5. Scoring
42.
wagon wheel is something to behold as far as Johnson is concerned. And now the trebling is something to behold. I've done it again.
100.
And of course, don't forget that in the next few hours or so, in the next 24 hours, we'll be announcing a lineup for next week here at the Super Series, and it's going to be another good week at the Live Lounge. That is what I can guarantee. As Sherrock piles in her first max of the match, and Johnson looking for 161 checkout.
Fallon poised on 158.
35. Fallon, you require 158.
158 for Sherrock. Another one of them would have left double 19, and so Johnson to level proceedings up at 2 apiece is looking for 126.
126.
We'll stay there because the treble would have given him a dart to the ball. And guess what's happened again? Fallon Sherrock has left a double after 12.
48.
And if it's anything like the last couple of legs she won, she takes it out first start.
Clips the wire. Double 3.
18. Darren, you require
3 darts
78.
for 3-1.
One chance for 2-2. One chance is all Darren Johnson needs at tops.
He's dodged a bullet there.
Fifth leg is Fallon to throw first. Game on.
First doubling blot for the Queen of the Palace, and she was made to be punished. These are the averages at the midway point of the match. 102.56 for Sherrock, 96.36 for Johnson. In terms of the doubling,
40.
Well, those 3 missed doubles in the last leg were the only 3 missed doubles that Sherrock has had in the match. Darren Johnson, pretty much perfect, 2 from 3.
140.
Scoring, though, in this game, particularly the Tum 40 plus scoring, has been absolutely exemplary.
68.
Maximum apiece. Pretty much nothing to split them in the scoring phase.
Thus far, it's been for a game of darts.
57. 57.
Sherrock here closing in on a 3-2 lead.
$81.
This time isn't going to leave a double after 12, but we'll leave a finish after it. And it's got time to take it out.
60. Fallon, you require 123.
And so, is it going to be as easy as A, B, C? Doesn't have to go attacking this.
38.
Use herself an 85 upon her return, but under what pressure? Under what pressure? Under maximum pressure.
80. Fallon, you require 85.
20 and ball.
How many times today have we seen a big number missed at a crucial time to cost a player a dart at a double or the ball?
35.
Yeah, 2 all in a race to 4.
Darren, you
You've got to
require
make sure that
96.
big 20. Give it every chance to find the 20. Tops. Super recovery dart.
76.
Just dips
Fallon, you
below,
require
and so
50.
Sherrock is back to re-establish the lead at 3-2. Double 8.
34.
And those 2
Darren, you
misses
require
opens up the
20.
door for the Johnson break. And it would mean he would be throwing for the match in the next.
Game
And
shot on
throw
the
for
fifth
the match
leg,
he will
Darren
as Johnson leads 3-2.
Back-to-back legs where Fallon has fluffed her lines and paid the price.
6th leg,
Could
it's
well
Darren
be
to throw first.
Walking
Game
off
on.
this stage into the players' area. 4-1 up.
$100.
Actually had a question
40.
in on Twitter from Jim Newlands, who says, as ridiculous as it sounds, I think losing his tour card has been a career boost for Hendo. The pressure seems to have been lifted from his game
81.
and he seems to be enjoying it more. Just some thoughts and observations on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've done a couple of great interviews with him where you've
180.
very matter, and he's just he's never played as much, and he's enjoying his darts. And
100.
any sportsman, a happy one is a dangerous one, and will more often than not produce or get the most out of their ability.
58.
I think at times, certainly seen flashes this week from John. He's looked absolutely deadly in certain parts and stages.
60.
Sherrock needs a 2-treble visit here, you feel, with Johnson leaving himself on a finish for the match.
97.
It's a big one on
Darren,
160.
you require 160.
But when given a dart at tops, more often than not, he's been quite deadly, but he's not going to get that opportunity, at least in this turn. Good
85.
find with the last
Fallon,
dart.
you require
All on Sherrock
126.
now in this 1-2-6.
Yeah, it's got to go. Trouble 19 for ball.
86.
Good recovery with the
Darren,
last
you
dart to
require
leave herself on
75.
tops. Just to ask the question here with Darren Johnson for the match. To win 4-2, a
35.
match dart has come and
Fallon,
gone,
you
and so
require
Sherrock comes
40.
back for 3-3.
Game shot on the
A
6th leg,
reprieve.
Fallon Sherrock.
16 darters enough to break back.
7th and final leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Well, this
Game
is a
on.
potentially big leg in the group, because if Sherrock wins this, then she moves 4 points clear of Darren Johnson. Johnson wins, then it's going to be 3 players on 4 points.
45.
That's our first decider of the day.
Our first McNamara, 3-3.
55.
Our first noble.
$92. $45.
Really edgy.
Oh, what a time to pull out a visit like that out the
180.
That's her third and the 5th of the match.
This is what great players do. Dig in these last leg deciders and find something on a big scale when it matters.
60.
And although the follow-up is only a 60, she's got such a cushion and margin in this leg that only a maximum from Johnson would have left him on a finish.
60. Fallon, you require 124.
For the match. And to put herself onto 6 points, to put herself in a handy position, she has got that luxury
92.
of time. And she has left herself on double 16 to complete the job.
$41. Fallon, you require
Johnson
32.
has no way of answering this last leg. As Sherrock
shot,
gets
and
over the
match,
finishing
Fallon
line
Sherrock.
to get the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 3. It's another impressive performance from the Queen of the Palette, who is just seemingly gliding along supremely in and around this 93 average range. A 4-3 success. Her averages are getting better every single game today, is Fallon Sherrock. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Marko Kantele in action against Adam Lipscombe.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Fallon Sherrock get the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 3, doing so with an average in excess of 93.5 and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Next up for us, it is the player leading the way at the top of the table, Marko Kantele in action up against Adam Lipscombe. Now, again, another match which could have huge ramifications in terms of the group, because if Lipscombe can pick the points up here, it will congeal the table up somewhat, with the top 4 players being separated by just a couple of points, whilst Kantele with a win can move on to 8 points.
Yeah, the rest of the group will be very much cheering on Adam in this one. And he has picked up a win this week against Kantele. On Tuesday,
96.
wasn't it? 4-2. The other results going Kantele's way. 4-1 Monday. 4-2 yesterday.
45.
Fourth meeting of the week between the pair. They become well acquainted with each other. We've become well acquainted to them.
Absolutely. 4-9. Kantele to win this one. 13-8. Lipscombe.
45. $31.
That first start, when it just sits like that for Marko, is an unbelievable guide. And it's a guide to perfect darts just like that. Having the score in this opening leg.
What is it? A 180 in each of his previous 3 games. So that's 4 from 4 in terms of 180s and matches played for Kantele.
41.
And if you put that in comparison to the first 3 days, that was probably the one area of his game where he was actually lacking.
140. Marko, you require 139.
6 starts and 139 for the Finn to take out this opening leg.
$99.
And will handily leave himself on tops, and Lipscombe can only try and find something big to apply pressure.
134.
Well, he does that.
Marko, you require 40.
Can Kantele convert? He's been fairly good on his doubling today. Here's the Finn. But what can he see of that?
No score. Adam, you require 66.
He had to try and aim through the middle, and he couldn't find a way. And Lipscombe's going to have a couple of double 18 and now double 9 for the opening leg break.
Leg, Adam Lipscombe.
Well, Kantele completely outscored Lipscombe, it felt, for large swathes of that opening leg. But it's Lipscombe who's got it in his leisure.
Yeah, tidy enough, 66
85.
out. Given the opportunity, taking it with both hands. Well, one hand, the right one.
95.
I was going to say, it'd be something a little bit wrong about throwing it with both hands.
Oh, Graham Usher can.
55.
Yeah, he's the ambidextrous darter.
So can Barneveld. Barneveld is actually left-handed, but plays right-handed.
I'm actually a little bit ambidextrous myself, you know, when it comes to darts. I throw bad with both hands.
140.
I thought you got ambidextrous confused with obnoxious.
100.
Oh, the claws are out, Mr. Mason.
I know, it's not even a Monday, it's a Thursday.
Worst bit is I've got another session of this.
Well,
96.
Another 2, in fact. 3.
And then Laura Turner enters the lion's cage, it seems.
60. Marko, you require
The big fish for
170.
Kantele to level up. And he's got 6 from here.
$45.
Hasn't really done too much with that. And so Lipscombe, if he can find a couple of trebles here, could change the leg like he did in the last.
Yeah, exactly.
82.
Well, he
Marko, you
does
require
recover well.
125.
I suppose the 119 slightly easier than 125. Not by much, though. Well, that's okay. Treble 19 and ball.
57. Adam, you require
Treble
119.
19. 100 left. Treble 20 and tops. Yes.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
yes.
second leg. Adam
It's a
Lipscombe.
tongue topper for Lipscombe. And he is into a 2-0 lead here.
Third leg is Marko to throw first. Game on.
Well, Kantele can't say he hasn't been presented with opportunities. And he can't say that he hasn't had the chances to give himself a bit of authority in this match. But Lipscombe, when push has come to shove, has managed to find the answer.
Yeah, I mean, he's 2 from 3.
97.
One missed dart double was in the turn on the 66, and he hit the double with dart 3 anyway. So
41. $44. 41. 140. 60.
A chance for Kantele now with a bit of a cushion, some breathing space to get a leg on the board.
$140.
Ton 40 for Kantele, puts himself on 80 here, and Lipscombe has had nothing really in this leg, and I suppose there's only so many times where you can be
Marko, you
outscored and
require
you can get
80.
away with it. Kantele to half the deficit, back to 2-1. Double 10.
$70.
Moves inside. Lipscombe still a way back, though, in this leg.
119.
Good recovery after the first dart,
Marko,
because there
you
would have been a
require
case
10.
there if Lipscombe didn't leave a finish. However, Kantele looked at the split 2-4-4. It's down to 2-2. Down to the
James on the
Desmond
third
double,
leg,
and Kantele
Marko
pulls one
Kantele.
back.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on. $100. $60.
Don't forget, we'll be back for the evening session tonight. We'll be getting underway from 10.
100.
What are you most looking forward to, Mace?
In terms of
Group B tonight.
Let's just have a look at the
80.
order of play. As you know, I'm a big fan of Sean McDonald.
123.
Of his stickability. He's a real grafter. I suppose it's the improvement in
100.
Moreno Michels, which has been fascinating because he's had a fair bit of time away from the sport at this level.
95.
I thought we've seen some good stuff from him in Group A.
Well, the notes that we were given by John Locken, who is one of the big figures involved in ADC Europe.
Yes, thank you for all of that, Johnny. It was above and beyond, really.
180. Adam
Supplying
required
us
83.
with lots of information.
47.
He said he's the kind of guy who's
Marko,
seen
you
every
require
single big
81.
stage. He is
he's-
experienced and he loves short format games.
Yeah, he's been around a while, Moreno. Double 12. This man's been around a while.
57.
Oh my goodness, how have they
Adam
not
require
found
36.
the double? You couldn't have placed two close to the wire without going in.
18.
Done similar there
Marko,
on
you
double 9,
require
hasn't he?
24.
This is for a level game.
But 2-2.
Yeah, I think we've got a great lineup tonight, you know, in Group B.
Game shot on the
Not
fourth
sure
leg. Marko Kantele.
who the three will progress when we complete it tomorrow night, but just for
Fifth leg is Marko to throw first. Game
you at
on.
home, we're going to set your planner. We start with Scott Marsh against Moreno Michels at 10 o'clock tonight on Sporty Stuff TV. Then Sean McDonald against James Hurrell.
82.
Final player of the 5, Ryan Furness, will take on Scott Marsh in match number 3. But 10 matches in total to bring you this evening.
121.
Hope you can join us. Hope you can join us Saturday night for finals night. You have the ability to scan a QR code, get that one scanned. If not, head over to dartshop.tv. All the details there on how you can join us here in Portsmouth Saturday night. Well, Saturday afternoon.
60.
And of course, it is an every week occasion here at the Super Series.
139.
So if you want to plan ahead, fancy making a trip down to Portsmouth, wherever you are, I'd say in the country, but we've actually had people travel beyond these shores to come here. You can pick your week.
Had a couple of lads who come down from Bristol, didn't they? Never been to a darts event before, but found it on Sporty Stuff
59.
TV and booked up a night here, and they had an absolute scream, didn't they?
Literally. They came in with shirts saying, that's
140.
MODUS, baby.
Super Series merchandise will be on sale.
95. Adam, you require 101.
101 for Lipscombe. This has been a really good leg, leaving it after 9. He's going to have a dart at top for the breaker
Game
throw and a
shot on the
3-2
fifth
lead.
leg,
That's
Adam
excellent.
Lipscombe.
Absolutely excellent from Adam Lipscombe.
Excellent anytime. Never mind at
Sixth leg is Adam to throw
2-2
first.
when you
Game on.
need a break to win the match against the player on top of the table. It's been a
135.
wonderful spell.
And this is the thing, we know Adam's got it in his locker. It's just harnessing it on a more consistent basis. That's what he wants to do. That's what we want to see him doing. That's what we want to see players doing all the time.
180. 60.
Go on, Marko. Can you follow up? No was the answer.
$81.
Yeah, you can put your tickets for pretty much whichever weekend that you want here at the Super
40.
Series. Tickets are on sale for every single Saturday night up until around about November time, which is when Champions Week is. Saturday, November the 4th, if you want to get in early on that one. Yeah, you can book throughout September and October. So if you fancy a little bit of a trip down to Pompey,
140.
join the Darty Party in Pompey, then please do.
140.
Make it a 3-peat.
Marko, you require 100.
Already made history, winning it back to back.
Top to Kantele to send us to a decider.
Game
And
shot on the
this
sixth
is
leg,
class in the
Marko
finishing
Kantele.
department. That's an 11 dart leg. Ton out from Kantele when his back was against the rack.
Seventh and
When
final
Lipscombe
leg,
took
it's
out a
Marko to
12 of
throw
his own.
first.
These two are providing some
Game on.
haymaker blows against one another. But who is going to have that final heavyweight jab?
Yeah, the last 2 legs of play completed in 23 darts.
137. 140.
There may be numbers higher as far as what Lipscombe's averaged this week, but this feels like as good as he's played this week.
Yeah, in terms of sustained play.
97. 45. 41. 60.
Well, is that a Freudian slip, which allows Kantele in here? 6 on 226 to complete the job.
100.
Excellent ton there. Doesn't look like Kantele's sleeping on the job in this final leg.
82.
Both players
Marko, you require 126.
have come alive at the perfect time. Doesn't have to chase the treble here if he doesn't want to.
58.
And so 68 points away, Marko Kantele, from the match. And what a recovery that was in the previous leg after Lipscombe
25.
pulled something out of the fire himself.
Marko, you
It's
require 68.
been one of his best performances, but the final leg has not done him any justice. And so Kantele to complete the job is going to get a dart at tops to complete the win.
48.
Dip just below,
Adam,
and can
you require
Lipscombe
149.
fire in one last haymaker?
Well, it's looking like Kantele's unbeaten run.
40.
It's going to continue.
Marko, you
Make it.
require 20.
4 from 4.
Move him on to 8 points.
Game,
And to move
shot,
him
and a
into a
match,
position of
Marko
authority
Kantele.
in the group, Marko Kantele gets the better of Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 3. It moves him on to 8 points, and the Finn is starting to make a bit of a run here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Next up, Baker Cromwell.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Marko Kantele made it 4 wins from 4 as he got the better of Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 3, doing so with 3 maximums, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, and that big ton checkout for an 11 darter to send us all the way. Next up for us, Scott Baker in action. He can move on to 6
First
points
leg,
level with
it's
Fallon
Scott to
Sherrock
throw
if he can get the better
first. Game on.
of Sam Cromwell. If you were in Sam Cromwell's
43.
corner and you were able to give him a little bit of advice right now, what would it be as he looks to kick off with a max? There we go, Sam.
180.
Do a lot more of that.
93.
Because he's going to need to. But in all seriousness, just literally
81.
just try and play with as much freedom as possible and try and forget about
41.
being in a contest and try and enjoy it and embrace the opportunity.
56. 60.
He's made a good start to this one. Scott Baker 1 to 5 on with the odds compilers. Sam Cromwell 10 to 3 to pick up the points in this one.
81.
And he is first to a finish against the
43.
darts.
Sam, you require 103. 55.
Left himself on 48. Baker can only apply pressure here.
44. Sam, you require 48.
For a 1-0 lead. He's got time. He's got tops.
28. 60. Sam, you require 20.
Put himself 1-0 up. Well, that's a scrappy dart. It's down for double two.
Game
but
shot
double
on the
two
first
is
leg,
found
Sam
for Cromwell.
Cromwell.
He leads 1-0.
Yeah, and a breaker throw.
Second leg is Sam to throw first. Game on.
Leading the favourite to win this Group C by 1-0.
121.
Baker before the off was a 1-5 favourite. Cromwell 10-3.
63.
Baker was before the start of play around midday today. 2-7.
41.
Would you give him a squeak in this match?
100.
Not before the off, mate, no.
125. 100.
He's on the brink here of a 2-0 lead. Is Cromwell.
125.
Much, much better this, isn't it?
85.
It feels like he's
Sam,
getting
you
to the end of his
require
throw as
89.
well. It feels like he's just relaxing a bit more into the task. It's the ball for 2-0.
45. Scott,
Well, that
you
was a
require
little bit rushed.
53.
Well, this would be a haymaker blow, but it's not going to go.
93. Sam, you require 44.
Double six.
Game shot on the second leg.
That'll do.
Sam Cromwell.
Back-to-back legs. Now, Baker has it all
Third
to
leg
do.
is Scott to throw first. Game on.
Although he's 2-0 up here.
60.
Even in running, you would...
48.
You could still make a case for Baker because at the moment he's only averaging 68 and Sam's averaging
60.
75. So Baker doesn't really need to find his A game to get
63.
something out of this one from 2-0 down.
But credit where credit's due as far as Sam's concerned.
140.
Scott, yes, struggling in this game, but after what he's had so far today, it could have been so easy for him to fall down that same trap. At least he's taken advantage of those opportunities.
128.
Baker can be had at 5-6
100.
in running.
That's from 1-5 before the off.
83. Scott, you require
2
141.
visits at 141. May only need the one visit. Wow.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Baker.
Another big, big finish to add to the big list of shots
Fourth
out
leg is
today for
Sam to throw
Baker.
first. Game on.
And is that just the moment that lights up the fuse of in Scott Baker?
140.
He's the type of player, and look, players of his pace, that usually is the case, but
100.
he's the type of player that just one moment can just flick a switch, flick a fuse into him.
41.
So what happened against Marko Kantele? I know he lost the game, but he started sluggishly and then
Yes.
managed to find something later on.
85.
Yeah, he just left it a little bit too late, and Marko was just a little bit too good.
33.
Here is a big, big chance for Baker to break back.
60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60. 60 41. 100.
So Tunley's Baker on a finish on 156. Cromwell looking to leave something in kind. And he's going to do exactly that. He leads himself on the Nelson finish as Baker, well, he's looking for yet another ton-topping finish. Double 18.
120. Sam, you require 111.
Well, that would have been extraordinary. He is threatening everything.
43.
He's going for.
Scott, you require 36.
Double 18.
Game
for
shot on the fourth leg. Scott
Baker from 2-0 down has brought us back to parity.
Yeah, in 15 and 16
Fifth leg,
darts,
it's Scott
respectively.
to throw first. Game on.
But 13 points on his average in the process. I mentioned
123.
Sam's average around 75, so he's actually taken his to 76.39.
45. 60.
Players like Scott just know how to go through the gears.
140.
We're going to see Sam Cromwell's opponent in that belt match later on this evening.
140.
Scott Marsh. Now, as the defending belt holder, they get a spot in Group B. The challenger will play Group C darts, and that's by virtue of the fact that both players will get the same amount of appearances, but to give advantage to the defending champion, they get the Group B spot, which is an evening session and more of an opportunity to make it through mathematically.
82.
Baker,
Scott, you require
tops.
40.
3 consecutive legs should be a good guide. Ooh.
30. Sam, you require 99.
Opportunity beckons here for Cromwell. Tops. Was the intention.
59. Scott, you require 10.
1, double 2.
6. Sam, you require 40.
Tops for 3-2.
I can hear the crumpling of dockets.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Sam Cromwell.
Well, it was a case of Scott Baker in the previous leg. Blink, and he missed that double 2. Cromwell converts first dart.
Game on.
And this would be a comprehensive upset victory. 10-3 before the off, Sam Cromwell.
81. 57. 82. 59.
Really forcing now, Baker, to try and hit straight back.
100.
We're going back to the whole trying too hard logic, aren't we?
140.
Well, that's the advantage of throwing quick. You have no thinking time.
25.
I'm not going to name who, but someone once told me the worst thing that a dart player can have is a brain.
100.
And to be honest, I think that's a rhetoric for pretty much all sports apart from maybe snooker or cricket.
Scott, you require 145. 55. Sam,
so
requires
this for a
74.
4-2 victory and his first ever win at the Super Series. It's going to be a dart at the ball to complete the job.
39.
And what a
Scott,
lovely
you
way to
require
win
90.
your first game on TV, taking out the ball. Baker may have to hit the ball.
65. Sam, you require 35.
A huge moment for this young man. A first ever televised victory is within his grasp if he can convert double 16.
3.
But 2 more match darts
Scott,
have
you
come and
require
gone.
25.
It's 8 to
James
save
on the
it,
sick
and
flag,
Scott
Scott
does
Baker.
exactly that.
Yeah, Sam with 3 opportunities, 1 at the ball.
7th and
then
final
2
leg. It's Scott to throw first.
at the
Game
double.
on.
And it's Baker with the advantage.
43.
Doesn't use the advantage.
It is advantage Cromwell then. If he can find something makeable. A nervous laugh after that first dart.
41.
This is the situation you dream of. Being in a position to win a match.
100.
He had a couple of darts to do that, but now it's all about refocusing again. And against the darts, needs to find another treble. He does exactly
121.
that. This last leg up in the offing.
45.
Certainly is now. Only 26 behind, minus these.
55.
All
100.
the players with 1 more to play in this afternoon's session. Kantele against
97.
Sherrock up next. Cromwell against Johnson. And then Lipscombe against Baker. Don't forget, we're back tonight. 10 o'clock, Sporty
55.
Stuff TV. All Group B.
Yeah, it's going to be a brilliant night of darts.
95. Scott, you require 158.
Is this going to be a brilliant way to finish?
82. Sam, you require 92.
92 for Cromwell to complete the job.
For double 18, but pulled it into the double 4.
$49. Scott,
And
you
so
require
Baker-
76.
You'd have to say he's got away with one here if he can get over the line. Cromwell with opportunities to win this match, and he's going to get more chances
44.
to complete
Sam,
the
you
job.
require 43.
It's tops for Cromwell. He steps back. He knows how important this dart could be.
23.
But that is now 4 darts for the match. 4
Scott,
darts
you
for the
require
win.
32.
And Baker comes back on 32.
No score.
But Cromwell gets one more chance. One last chance.
It's to go this time. Just cannot see.
Sam, you require 20.
Baker offering up another opportunity.
Game.
And Sam
shot,
Cromwell
and a match.
picks up his
Sam
first
Cromwell.
Super Series win as he gets the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 3. A sigh of relief on the face of Sam Cromwell, but Scott Baker knows that that could be a defeat, which come tomorrow could end up being proved costly. Coming up after the break, the 2 players at the top of the group go toe-to-toe as Marko Kantele takes on Fallon Sherrock.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Marko Kantele was 7-2 to top the Group C table before a dart had been thrown today. But as you can see, he's won all 4 of his matches so far today, thanks largely to some really excellent finishing displays. But if Fallon Sherrock can defeat him here, she will end the day level with the Finn, and there'll be a bit of distance between those two and the chasing pack. To get our final round of fixtures underway, let's get back to Mace and H.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, this is a fascinating tie in terms of table position for both. As you said, an opportunity for Kantele to pull clear at the top. And no matter what happens with the remaining games, he would have a 4-point overnight cushion. But these two do have a bit of history this week. Of course, both played in.
First leg is Marko.
It all began in Group A, didn't it?
Yes.
Where Sherrock pulled out that fantastic performance against Kantele, the 105.5 in a 4-0 win. Kantele averaged 97 and only had a couple of darts at a double. Then Kantele won 4-1 on Tuesday. That wasn't quite the affair that we saw on Monday, it's fair to say. And then on Wednesday, it was a 4-3 win for Sherrock. And that was despite two ton plus checkouts for Kantele, including a 145.
I think it's fair to say, in terms of
98
consistency, both having their best days this week today. Right on cue. 41. Thanks, Val.
The Chris Mason curse is alive and kicking. I think we should both just shut up, shouldn't we?
85.
No matter what happens in this match, I think Kantele will sleep very well tonight. He will be very happy with his day's work.
100.
What you want to do on day one of Group C is put yourself in position, and he's most certainly done that.
$140.
Kantele first to a finish. Sherrock can only set up. Ton needs herself on a finish, but Kantele double 19. Well, may decide to split for 1-0. One dart at double 8.
22.
Wasn't far away at all.
Fallon, you require 164.
And so 164 for Fallon Sherrock. Treble 18. Would have left the bull.
96. Marko, you require 16.
For a hold in 16.
Game shot on the first leg, Marko Kantele.
One in the bottom corner.
Bit of a nip one
Second
per
leg
one.
is
So
Fallon
Kantele
for
1-0 to the
first.
good
Game
against
on.
Sherrock. The final round of matches where everything will then flip tomorrow. So the
59.
games that you see now will be the first few games of tomorrow morning's session.
Yeah, this will be match number 3 tomorrow afternoon.
$96.
Sam Cromwell up against Darren Johnson to follow this one. And then our final game, which will be match 1, 1 o'clock tomorrow, will be Lipscombe against Baker.
58.
And it's a must-win game for both. Fallon's throw already under the cosh here.
95.
One thing we did notice on each of the 3 days in Group A, that Fallon just sort of faded towards the end of the
97.
day's play. Of course, today she had a lot more sleep with the later start.
$100. $100.
Well, ton for Sherrock. Not surmountable for a finish, and so Kantele has 6 on 210 to open up a 2-0 lead.
$70.
Good find with the last to leave himself on 140. What it has done is put the ball back in the court of Fallon Sherrock.
121.
1-2-1 leaves her on 66.
140.
Is she going to get a route to this leg, or is Kantele going to take this out? So Sherrock back for 66.
60. Fallon, you require 66.
66. Is it going to be lightning from the Queen of the Palace?
26.
Not quite ka-chow.
Marko, you require 80.
Kantele's going to get a dart of his own at tops of the break and a 2-0 lead.
40. Fallon, you require 40.
And so Sherrock gets another go at tops. This
Game
time
shot on
finds
the
tops
second leg,
1-1.
Fallon Sherrock.
Little to choose between
Third
the
leg is
two.
Marko to throw first. Game on.
Everything that we look at, leg score and average, 82.46 Kantele. Sherrock, 82.41.
$76. $60.
Don't forget to keep your
59.
comments and your observations coming in at MSS Darts. We will endeavour to get over your thoughts, your
46.
tweets, your X's and O's.
$24.
An opportunity to put Kantele throw under pressure this time for Fallon.
60.
Yeah, a smile of frustration, if nothing else, from Fallon.
Had a tweet from David who says, what is it that causes the straying into 5s and 1s? Like plenty of
85.
60s, but ends up being 66s, 68s, etc.
$140.
It's normally right at the end point of the throw that the technique, if if we just see a side shot, we'll try and get a look at Fallon's side on.
140.
You will see on release, she pretty much points at the target. What could sometimes happen is if you feel you're
79.
slightly
Marko
wavering on your release, you'll
117.
just try and rotate the hand either to the right or to the left. Very much like if you think we're putting spin on a ball. And what that will cause, with that rotation of the wrist, it will,
77.
like a ball, shape
Fallon, you
it
require
left or
116.
shape it right. And it's no real different.
Hope that has helped your query, David.
60.
I say, when
Marko,
you
you
throw
require
the
40.
dart, point at what you're aiming at. So literally, as it comes out there, and point, and that sort of teaches you to keep the hand going in the direction of the target area.
Game shot on the third leg. Marko
Kantele finds the target he was looking for. Tops, and he leads 2-1. Halfway towards the
Fourth leg
perfect
is
day.
Fallon to throw first. Game on.
His facial expressions don't change. He's very much, eyes are focused on the job.
100.
But inside, he is hungry for success.
Starving.
What is dinner for Mr.
99.
Mason tonight?
Chicken salad.
55.
With some chipotle flatbread. Battered sausage and chips for you, or something like that.
140.
Maybe you do like that place that does the Savoy.
60.
I was thinking the Italian, actually.
Not a bad shout as it goes, but
92.
I think I need a power nap.
This is the story of my life, table for one.
60. Marko, you require 170.
The fish for the fin.
For 3-1.
Another one of them.
He dropped one over on top. Very nearly, wasn't it? Look at that. You could see with the
105.
darts landing flat, there was plenty of room. All Fallon can do is apply a bit of pressure, but
121.
she's done that,
Marko,
just
you
about.
require 65.
Kantele averaging mid-80s, which where his average will be for the day. Single 18 and tops for 3-1. Just found the big 18.
27. Fallon, you require 105.
So a ton topper for Sherrock to level up at 2 apiece. She's going to get a dart. A double 16.
89. Marko, you require 38.
And a few players struggle with the double 19 today. You're going to split. Straight for it. Yeah, not too bad for him. Just drop it on the top of those two. There you can see from that angle.
19.
That's what he tried to do, but overpitched.
Fallon, you require 16.
And so Sherrock for 2-2.
Game
Double
shot on
eight
the
is
fourth
found.
leg. Fallon
And it's
Sherrock.
becoming a bit of a trend. The last 3 games all have gone to a last leg decider. And it looks like we're going to be set to be
Fifth leg is
going all
Marko
the
to
way in
throw
this one.
first.
2-2,
Game on.
Kantele with the darts in the 5th.
$96. $125. 95. 134. 43. 140.
So Sherrock, 102 points away from a break.
Quickly, this match has turned around. Fallon looked in a world of trouble in leg 4, looking likely to be trailing
94.
3-1, and she's 8 points away, or double 4 away from leading 3-2 with a breaker throw, and then with the darts to win it.
And this is how these better 7 games can just change on a pinhead.
45. Fallon, you require 8.
The tide is turning into the favour of Fallon Sherrock. But
6.
misses mean chances.
Marko,
and
you
Kantele,
require 137.
she knows better than anybody is capable of these types of finishes. Perhaps just as much to the point, Sherrock's in the madhouse.
38. Fallon, you require 2.
1 up. 1 in.
No score.
Wow.
Marko, you require
3
99.
well-thrown darts. Just never found the target. Kantele looking to get himself on target and into a 3-2 lead. Is it tops? Just underneath for the first.
39.
But then
Fallon, you
persevered
require
with the
2.
second and may have just got burnt. So Sherrock double 1.
No
Inside,
score.
and so Kantele should have 3 clear here.
Marko, you
He's
require
only going to get
60.
2, assuming obviously he hits the first dart at the single. His tops, and because his dart pitches below, that was a handy guide for Kantele. He leads 3-2. He's a leg away from the perfect 5-star day.
Fallon to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, this game's looked like it's gone one way, then it swung the other, and now it's swung back in favour of Kantele.
41.
Well, this is some response to going 3-2 down. Ton 40 followed by a max. Forcing the issue with the fin, and he may be forced to serve it out in the next.
140.
Even that 140 puts him a passenger in this leg.
60.
Well, the fin may be frozen out of this leg, and he may have to let it go as we go to a decider, potentially.
45. Fallon, you require 121.
May go 25. Double 18.
103.
That way, of course, with Marko back on 275. Well, James Richardson's been in touch. He's got to be due back soon, hasn't he? He reckons I should take you for a foul.
I'm assuming I'm not
59.
picking the place. We've got
Fallon, you
history of that,
require
haven't we?
18.
You wouldn't eat a foul anyway, pal. Neither would I.
Double 4.
10.
But she's going to come back. And at least this time, it was missed on the outside as opposed to the inside, because that was where the trouble was laid in the last leg. So double 4 to send us all the way to a last leg decider
Fallon, you
for the
require
4th
8.
consecutive game.
Game shot on
It's
the 6th
3-3.
leg, Fallon Sherrock.
Big leg incoming. If Fallon wins, we have 2 players tied at 8 points at the top of the table.
Leg. It's
If
Marko to
Kantele
throw
can
first,
hold
game
his
on.
throw, he has the perfect day. 10 points to his name. And in a strong, strong, strong suit to qualify for Saturday night.
100.
She'd love a scoring leg like the previous one. She may need one against the throw.
$81. $100. $45.
Well, that slip has considerably opened the door here for Sherrock.
58.
Can't punish. Only 58.
Well, both players have effectively been cancelling each other out in this last leg.
Well, they've been doing that for the last 3 legs.
26.
26 the hard way. Fallon has stolen the darts, but needs a treble to confirm.
100.
He's 147 for the match. What does Kantele have by way of supply? Or reply? Can he supply a treble?
42.
Knows the answer. So 6 starts of the match for Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, and that's 3 consecutive turns at the board. Without a treble,
Game,
no such
shot,
drama
and a match,
for Fallon Sherrock. Well, she did hit a maximum in the leg, and that's a maximum finish on a snooker table. A 147 to steal the points, 81.8 the average. She goes joint top of the table with Marko Kantele. Both players on 8 points. Up next, Sam Cromwell takes on Darren Johnson.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock has just made it 4 wins from 5 on the opening day of Group C action. Not a bad way to get over the line in that one with that 147 out.
Yeah, no, I'm quite happy with the win in that one, and yeah, the 147. But I think you probably could see my facial expression. I was like, where did that come from? Like, because the last couple of legs I couldn't finish. I was like, oh, here we go. I thought it was going to be one of them games now.
You mentioned you're finishing in that match, but overall today, it has been a really strong asset in your game, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I can see it, you know, getting better, and it's pulling me out when I need it. So I can't moan too much about it. I mean, it's just the silly legs that I'm losing, you know, when I've got 3 darts at doubles, but my combination finishing, I feel very good about that.
And you are now in a very strong position to qualify for Saturday's finals night. How pleased are you with the way you've played today overall?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely pleased with how I've played overall today. Definitely better than, you know, how I performed yesterday. I was very disappointed in myself yesterday. So hopefully, you know, take today, take the positives and go on to tomorrow and hopefully get through.
And a lot more consistent as well with your performances. Is that the main thing that you feel was missing yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. I don't feel I had any consistency really this week so far. So hopefully, you know, the more I've played today and the more I play tomorrow, hopefully I'll be a bit more consistent as it goes along.
And just talk us through your mindset coming here this week, because the last time we saw you here, of course, your focus was on going to Blackpool and retaining your match play title. That didn't go to plan, but then we saw you the following week at the Women's Series and you put in some really sublime performances there. So you must have been feeling good about your game coming here.
Yeah, definitely feel good about my game and stuff like that. But obviously there's still work that needs to be done on it. I feel, you know, I still need to keep playing in this. I mean, doing the weeks, doing the 2 nights and stuff like that, or the 2 days. Keep, you know, coming here, because I think this is really going to help my game, and I think it's helped everyone's game that's played in it.
And how high up on your list of ambitions is winning a weekly title here?
It's definitely going to be up there. I'm still yet to win one.
Yeah, well, we hope we'll see that happen very soon. We do, of course, still have 2 matches to be played this afternoon, so let's get back into the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. And we kickstart that with Darren Johnson against Sam Cromwell. As far as their days are concerned, well, this is the battle between what Chris Murphy would like to call the cellar dwellers, 5th and 6th, respectively, in the league table. But I just want to get a bit of a perspective on Fallon Sherrock's interview there and just gauge your thoughts on what the Queen of the Palace said.
Yeah, I'm basically echoing what I've said. I don't think she would have been particularly happy with her Group A campaign. Yes, there was some positives in there, but there was too much of a range, and they were too far apart, the performances. Where today, okay, there's not
140.
been a 105, which we've seen from her this week, but then there also wasn't that erratic performance of averaging around 70. It was solid, and listen, when it was asked of her in that Kantele match, a player that hadn't been beaten all day, she produced that lovely sequence of scoring and then wraps it up 45. With a beautiful 147 finish.
A magician's finish, the 147. A magical max.
140. $67.
Yeah, mentioning that this title is high up on the resume.
121.
It's one that she hasn't yet picked up, much to really our surprise.
90.
Yeah, I certainly thought she would have won one by now. I'll give her a few tips later.
It's easy, isn't it? You turn up, you play, you pretend and say you're a commentator.
I've done some commentary with Fallon, so maybe
40.
We'll just get her in the comms box for a while.
59.
You're trying to get rid of me.
It's incredible how the landscape's changed in... Oh, no, one of those. Yeah, the landscape's changed for amateur players now, with the opportunity of course, winning a week here and then going on to win Champions Week. It's a substantial amount of money, and there isn't too many
Darren,
opportunities for amateur players to earn that kind of money. Not just once a year, 3 times a year.
On the first leg, Darren Johnson.
Johnson has earned the first leg with a breaker throw in 17 darts.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
And this, again, is what's so unique about the Super Series and unique about darts in general. Darren Johnson, a qualifier for the World
140.
Seniors Championship up against Sam Cromwell, who on Sunday played in the World Youth Championship.
62.
Yeah, it's a real eclectic mix of players and certainly ages.
140. 113.
And of course, players will meet players and play against players that they've never met before. Build up a good friendship.
100.
End up meeting up at several other tournaments they attend.
82. Darren, you require 121.
121 for Johnson for 2-0 lead. Looking for 777 to leave tops.
81.
Tops is what he's going to leave after 12 for 2-0 lead.
70. Darren, you require 40.
To move halfway there. Oh my.
Game shot on the
Well,
second
that
leg.
was a
Darren
chaotic
Johnson.
first start. That was a perfect second. 14 data, 2-0
Third-legged
lead.
Sam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very tidy. Averaging 97.
56.
We've actually just had a... Well, actually, do you know what they call it now on X? They're not tweets, they're called posts. So we had a post
100.
from Spenny177 at MSS Darts. Would like to say hi and thank you for such
134.
great commentary.
You're very welcome.
81.
When did you create that account?
You also went on to say, I'm going to give myself 7 years for I reach 60 to make it on that MODUS stage. He's going to work hard to try and actually play here, fingers crossed.
$60.
Get yourself in the World Seniors tournaments.
27.
Anybody 50 and over can compete in those. You'll see this man there, Darren Johnson.
140. Sam, you require 153.
So 120 for DJ.
Darren, you
For
require
3-zip.
120. $80. Sam, you require 115.
So for Cromwell to change the tune against the DJ.
75. Darren, you require 40.
3-0 will feel like murder on the darts floor.
$20.
But that spoiled Johnson's
Sam, you
mood.
require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Tops
Sam
a 2-1.
Cromwell.
Not going to burn the house right down, but it gets him back in the game.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
He was definitely talking about me when he said great commentary.
121.
Thanks, Spenny.
39.
It's the perfect view of a perfect visit.
180.
Max for Johnson brings him down to 200.
81.
You could just see from that angle how the darts from Sam sometimes just over-rotate.
40.
See him kicking around to the right.
58. Darren, you require 160.
So 160 for 3-1. Another one of them. He has been so likely on these types of finishes, but not this time.
140.
But a 140 puts himself in fine fettle.
Yeah, an array of big finishes. 136, 137, 108, a ton, 121.
140.
141, a 119, and
Darren,
that
you require
wonderful
20.
match-winning 147 from Fallon.
Double 5.
15.
Inside. Not that it's going to count or matter this time. But he doesn't want to be faffing about, put it that way.
45. Darren, you require 5.
Leads himself on a finish. A big one on 138. Double 2 for Johnson.
Being heavy weather of this, isn't he, at the
1.
moment?
Sam, you require 138. $83.
Wait, he's
Darren,
2
you
from
require
13
4.
on the doubles.
He's for 3-1, but should be for 4-0. Maybe. If he misses, it's going to end up 2-2.
Sam, you
There's
require
only one
55.
person to blame. There's only one target in Cromwell's mind.
Game shot.
And that was clinical. He's only had 2 darts at double in this match because he's been severely outscored. But credit where credit's due for Sam Cromwell. When he's been given the opportunity, he has taken it.
Leg, it's Sam to throw first.
Darren Johnson has missed 14 darts at double in 4 legs. And that's the reason why this game is 2 apiece.
97. $85.
Don't forget, keep your comments and your observations coming into us at MSS Darts.
91.
We will endeavour to get across them as well tonight. So if you do want to send any questions in for the evening session, please do.
Yeah, we thoroughly enjoy your
81.
interaction.
$100. $50. $42. $95.
So Cromwell setting up for 3-2.
$42.
He's himself on a finish, but it should be far more handier.
$26. Sammy require
Johnson only leaving himself on 164. Cromwell will feel like he's got 6 from here.
89.
He's
Darren
himself on
require
tops.
164.
If he comes back, Johnson isn't going to find something out the top drawer, and so Cromwell for 3-2 lead.
100.
And if he wins this
Sammy
game,
require 40.
will put himself onto 4 points, level with Scott Baker.
35.
But that last one in particular
Darren,
just
you
felt a
require
little bit
64.
rushed. The adrenaline was coursing through the body, as it naturally would in this situation. And Johnson gets another dart at double.
32.
Another dart that's missed.
Sammy
really
require
wayward.
5.
1 for double 2 or 3 double 1.
No score. Darren, you require
He went
32.
3 double 1, and it was in the middle of the 19. It's double 8. Double 8.
No score.
Well, that was a mess.
Sam, you require 5.
That just about strays in the one. He's changed his tack. You could tell the nerves of the situation.
Game shot on the fifth
3-2.
leg, Sam Cromwell.
And fair play to Sam Cromwell, because you could tell the edginess and the tightness there. But he manages to convert 3 from 6 on the doubles. Darren Johnson has missed 18 darts at a double in this match. He could have won this game 5-0.
100.
He's had darts to win every single leg of the match. Multiple darts.
91.
By comparison, Darren Johnson 10% on doubles.
60.
Sam 50. 3 from 6.
It's like the tortoise and the hare.
131.
You can race away, but you've still got to cross the finishing line, and you can't be sleepish towards the latter end of the leg. Coming up this afternoon,
40.
Another game of darts. Lipscombe Baker will complete our afternoon offering for you. And then we'll be back tonight for Group B action. Did a maxi for DJ.
180.
You sing it, Justin.
Samuel
You sing it. Can Cromwell win it?
89. Darren, you require 121.
Leaves tops just in
Sam,
case.
you require 56.
Well, it's been a game played by missed doubles by Darren Johnson, and Cromwell now is going to have one for the match at tops. Big dart.
36.
But a miss that drags below.
Darren,
and so
you
Johnson,
require 40.
to send us all the way for the 5th game running.
$30. Sam, you
For the
require
match.
20.
And this would be for back-to-back Sam Cromwell wins to end his day.
Game.
And double
shot,
10 is
and a
found.
match, Sam Cromwell.
A hand of apology from Sam Cromwell, but it's he who gets the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 2. He ends his campaign with 2 wins to his name. Coming up after the break, Lipscombe and Baker completes the afternoon action.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Sam Cromwell made it back-to-back victories, getting the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 4 points overnight. Finishing off the day's action, it is Scott Baker up against Adam Lipscombe, the mod who,
First leg
well,
is Adam to
we
throw
thought
first.
early on in
Game
proceedings would be a real perennial contender. His opening performances proved just that, but it's just been a real deviation and slip as the session's gone along. How is he going to finish up here against Adam Lipscombe?
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of establish where it all went wrong. Won his opening match 4-2 against Fallon with a near 90 average, 80% on the finishing. Finishes of 108, 136, and 137. We're beginning to think, here we go again. Then lost to Kantele 4-2 with a 91 average, 3 180s, a 1-2-1 finish. Bounce back with a 4-2 win over Darren Johnson. Then went down 4-3. Despite a finish of 1-4-1. Went down to Sam Cromwell.
95. Scott, you require
76.6, but missed 10 darts at a double, and that was his undoing.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Baker.
But a different game equals a change of fortunes for Scott Baker because that's an 11-dart break to kickstart.
Second leg is Scott.
1-0 to the mod.
Game on.
Well, that had everything, didn't it? Had a ton, a 180.
100.
That leg took 1 minute and 2 seconds.
140.
Do you remember that Take That song? It only takes a minute.
140.
Well, if our social medias is going to put a little highlight together, they should use that track and show that leg.
59.
To be honest, when Scott Baker's playing, you don't actually have to cut it down into highlights.
You could almost run the music for a Gone in 60 Seconds.
There's a TikTok
45.
idea.
Scott, you require 161.
Well, if Baker gets it done here, it could be TikTok on the clock because he would have had 2 legs completed in about
65.
2 minutes flat. 5:48 is the record. Usher against Carling.
93. Scott, you require 96.
What car Baker drives, but I wonder if he calls it Eleanor.
36. Adam, you require 164.
20 and tops.
56. Scott, you
2-0
require 60.
in 2.5 minutes.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott Baker.
2-0, Scott Baker. 107 average in 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Third leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
I hope you didn't boil the kettle at the start of this match because you're going to miss the end of it at this rate.
45.
You can end up with a snotty egg if you're boiling one.
100.
I wonder what takes less
59.
time. Ordering food at a McDonald's or KFC or Scott Baker to complete a 4-leg game of darts.
Other fast food restaurants are available.
100.
Even got a Wendy's opening up in Portsmouth.
Isn't that an American joint?
Yeah, I think
85.
we're one of the trial stores. There's yeah, it's just opening up down in town. I'll be
60.
having a little look at some point. Needless information, I know.
Standard.
100. 60.
Well, Scott's actually slowed down here because now we're at 4 minutes in the match.
45.
Ball's the shot for me.
97. Adam, you require 167.
You felt like you needed to take it out just to give him something to get started in this match. So
57.
Baker for 3-0 and the
Scott,
double
you
break.
require 84.
64 left. Misses the big number. How many times have we said that today?
That's why I said go for the ball with the final
44.
dart because
Adam,
it
you
would have
require
taken the ball
110.
finish out of the equation.
And so double 15
95.
inside. Baker back for tops.
Scott, you require 40.
3-0 inside 5 minutes. Double 10
Game shot on
is
the third
found.
leg. Scott
3-0
Baker.
Scott Baker, 92 average, 3 for 5 on the doubles. 3-0 up in 5 minutes, 4 seconds. He's going to miss out on the record if he wins 4-0.
Game on.
But this has been blistering quick.
100. 100. 100. 100.
Reminder that if you are tuning in on the Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to
100.
subscribe. Plenty of content available on there, including highlights of every single session.
80.
Bonus content, interviews, classic matches. It's all available on there. And then we will be returning at 10 p.m. this evening on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B. But it looks like the Group C action for the day will be ending very shortly.
81.
Scott Baker,
Scott, you
61
require
points away
61.
from a 4-0 victory inside the space of 6.5 minutes.
Game,
that
shot,
was
and the
rampant,
match,
that was
Scott
quick,
Baker.
that was spectacular from Scott Baker. A 4-0 victory with an average of 95.5. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a 14-darter to finish. He beat Adam Lipscombe by 4-0 in a time of 6 minutes and 23 seconds. That was up there with record pace territory, and if he didn't mess about with those couple of doubles in the third leg, he may well have broken the record. But Scott Baker, in terms of the table, puts himself on 6 points and is a victor against Adam Lipscombe in our final game of the day by 4-0.
Well, that was rapid. I think it's fair to say that's the level we expected to see on a consistent basis from Scott today.
Yeah, but he's rescued his day really well there, 95 plus average, lovely on the doubles. I mean, he's had some tremendous finishes today. He'll probably go back to his room tonight and be scratching his head how he's only ended up with 6 points. But all in all, in terms of performance level, he was the best player today.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the results today. 15 matches completed. Of course, we do still have another session to bring you tonight. But Scott Baker defeated, of course, by Cromwell. Cromwell getting his first victory there. The day started off really quite slowly, actually. Some sloppy darts at the outer ring from the opening 2 games. But it was Scott Baker who really turned the day around with some fabulous finishing. And it is he who has picked up the last 2 points of the day. We can see what that does to the league standings. It is Marko Kantele who sits on top thanks to his superior leg difference over Fallon Sherrock. Those 2 players in pole position at the moment, but Scott Baker is breathing down their necks on 6 points after that really crucial victory, because there would have been a sizable gap otherwise. Fallon Sherrock, she touched upon it when we spoke to her a little while ago. Her finishing today, despite taking out that 147, that was her worst finishing display of the day. Some really clinical performances, though.
Yeah, well, it was something we mentioned right at the top of the show, that she had to sort of remove that vast range of averages in her play and find if anything, just a solid B game. And for her, I think she did that today. I thought overall a massive improvement. She looked more switched on, she looked more focused, and a very good day for her, 4 out of 5.
Yeah, and the best we've seen this week from Marko Kantele as well. He was 7-2 to win Group C. He is looking very good to do just that at the moment.
Yeah, averaged, I think, close to 86 for the day. Very, very solid. Great timing on some of his shots, some great clutch finishing. And listen, for me, he warrants the top of the table. He was the most solid. I think the most flamboyant award for the day will go to Scott Baker, and just rock solid from Fallon.
For Cromwell, how do you think he'll reflect on today's play? Because he can learn a lot, can't he?
Yeah, and that's all this should be used as as an experience to sort of get a different grasp of the game and what you've got to go through, because it is hard. And listen, he's making his debut on TV today. He knows all of his family and his friends and all his teammates to be watching, and all you want to do is not let them down and not let yourself down. But listen, he can come back tomorrow and have another crack at it. And of course, he's back regardless on Saturday, playing in the belt game.
Yeah, and 4 points on the board. That will certainly make him feel better. We do have another session still to bring you this evening. We'll be back at 10 p.m. for the start of Group B. Make sure you come and join us then.
action statistics from him. So we're basically getting a read of him all over again today. As a Pilgrim, we just know the levels that he can muster and he can produce. There was a point last year on the Pro Tour, because he got a call-up courtesy of the Challenge Tour system. He got called up to the Pro Tour. He lost out in a first-round game, averaged impressively, and for so long was top of the Pro Tour average order of merit.
He was,
78.
When he run into, you were having a look back over some of his matches, and oh, he had some horrendous draws. And credit to him, he ran those seeds close, didn't he?
Yeah, having a look at how John Worsley ended his Pro Tour career.
To date.
To date. Should mention that. Now, he got drawn in his last few Pro Tour events. In the last batch, he had Johnny Clayton, Joe Cullen, Dave Chisnell, Nathan Aspinall.
Don't understand why he didn't keep his card.
Interestingly, his last game to date as a tour card holder was in the World Championship qualifier, where he came up against Steve West.
Well, may come up against him for 20 grand on Saturday night.
97.
We are sold out to capacity Saturday night. Looking forward to seeing all of the lucky ones that were sensible enough to book their tickets.
79.
Unbelievable amount of people that, can you get me in? Can you get me a ticket? I've been telling you for ages, book your ticket, it's £1.
In some ways, it must be doing something right if we're getting messages that say, can you sneak us in?
Yeah. No,
78.
Just make sure you don't have the 2 blue ticks on those messages.
76. John, you require 100.
Uncharacteristically slow start here for Pilgrim, which means Worsley's going to get 6 on this 108. He may only need the 3. Well, that is one way to leave double 16. Double, why not?
John Worsley.
1-0. And
second leg, John to
the
throw first. Game on.
That's as many legs in a match that Pilgrims lost all night. Dropping just the 1 leg in each match played.
100.
As I was mentioning on your way down, before tonight, because the last time we saw him was progressing through to championship, not many other metrics or statistics we can look at, because he hasn't played as much competition darts as the rest of the players in the field. We're kind of getting a reading for him all over again.
Yeah, he's just been playing
140.
Playing some local stuff, a lot of Super League. And he feels like that's been more than enough for him at the moment.
100.
Sometimes you find with players, sometimes just taking that step back can always be the step forward.
Agreed. Absolutely spot on.
85.
Look at Martin Schindler, dropped off the tour, went back to Q School. That little step back for him in his career turned out to be okay in the end.
60.
For sure.
That's what
sometimes you do. You just have to take a step back, regroup.
134.
Maybe have a look from the outside in, see what you can do better. See how you can prepare better. Sometimes you can overanalyze it. It's such a game of
42.
fine margins. As we've just seen in the last match, you know, he's a couple of mil off the 143 and
game shot of the second leg, John Worsley.
As it is, Mike Gillett remains pointless, whilst Worsley backs up the 15-dart break with a 14-dart hold. This is very good indeed. 103.66 the average.
As a Pilgrim's been just beneath the levels we come to expect of him thus far, and Worsley, as well as his fine play, is taking full advantage of it.
125.
And when you have a player like Daryl Pilgrim, who has had a slow tentative start to this game, jump all over it. Don't allow him to then sneak back into it.
Well, we've seen a perfect example of that from Scott Taylor against John Worsley, didn't we? The match he was just allowing him to linger, and then all of a sudden, boom, he finds one of those purple patches.
40.
Worsley's average climbs to 108.
123.
The Pilgrim has awoken in this leg. Scores of a ton 40, 134, 123. He's on 104 after 9. But he ain't getting any breathing room whatsoever.
125, 140, 140 in the scoring phase from Worsley.
Hotting up quite nicely. Hotting up indeed.
64.
The first start missed at double in this match.
96.
He's already taken out 96 tonight. Took it out
72
in that match.
Daryl
He lost against
40.
Scott Taylor.
Game shot on the third leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
13 data for Pilgrim brings it back to 2-1.
Well, it's improving in increments of 1.
Fourth leg, John to throw first.
15 data in leg
Game
1 for John. 14 data in leg 2 for John. 13 for Daryl in leg 3.
140.
So what you're saying is if it goes all the way.
Well, that would be some kind of symmetry, wouldn't it?
68.
Perfect symmetry.
$100.
But these two won't want to work in symmetry. They'll want to work on points. And Worsley can go level with Pilgrim in that particular department with a win here. And if he can do it by a big scoreline as well, he can really
97.
eat into the advantage that Pilgrim had in that department following 2 games in the group.
He could somehow turn this 2-1 advantage
140.
into a 4-1 win. He will go top. 1 leg difference.
$140. John, your choir,
Scoring game there so
121.
far. 61. There's a few options with Pilgrim back on 196. That's not one of them.
81.
Just, if you love tops that much, go for treble 7. And then go single 14 if you don't hit the treble.
125.
That's unlucky. That took a
John,
wicked
your choir,
deflection.
40.
Horrendous. Or to keep our improving leg by leg, he should have gone for the ball. It would have been for a 12.
30.
As it is,
Daryl, your choir,
given
71.
Pilgrim an opportunity to break back.
Going to be the solitary dart at the top of the board for
Game shot on the fourth
2-2.
leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
And back we are on throw. Back we are level at 2 apiece. And Worsley had the opportunity to have the game in his grasp. Has seen those chances for a 3-1 lead come and go. And despite a gap in the average of in and around 14 points, it is Pilgrim who finds himself level.
100.
2 holes to throw away. We were mentioning visits, and this one has not gone past 5 visits.
100.
High quality match.
You know a game's good if you're not seeing 16s, 17s and the like on the score sheet.
91.
They've all red pens.
134.
The Worsley average has peaked at around 111, but he's pretty much holding on to 105, 106 at the moment.
125.
Pilgrim's moved his average up to just under 93.5, and it should be caveated by the fact he did get off to a slow start in this one, so he's had to bulk the average up by a considerable margin.
Yeah, well, he was averaging in the 70s, and he's been averaging around 105 for, well, what's approaching now 3 legs.
65.
Oh, a real chance for John here. He's going to leave double tops with a single 18, forcing Pilgrim.
Darrell, you require 120
to hold the advantage by taking out a 120. Now that's awkward. Oh, another one of those for an absolute beauty. Wow, what a finish that is. John Worsley has left tops after 12 and not got to go with a spectacular 20 that blocked out the 60. And rightly, the only way he could go was ball.
And all Worsley could do was just shake his head in absolute bewilderment.
Yeah, it was disbelief, wasn't it? Oh, that was stunning.
He's in the groove now.
140.
And players like him have this insatiable ability, no matter what cards are dealt with early on in the game, to then really go through the gears, finding different ways.
60.
Yeah, and I think that's knocked the stuffing out of John Worsley. And he wouldn't be human if it didn't. He'd have been stood behind and he'd have seen that first dart and thought, you ain't in a trouble 20 from there, pal. But if you do, good luck. And I should imagine when he
85.
heard the dart enter the board and looked up and seen a bullseye, would have feared the worst.
What was that case of, yes, he's hit the one, but surely he's not going to get another. Then he gets another and you're just left shaking your head.
One of those moments where you just say, fair play.
Inspired darts. It may have been the inspiring moment of what could be a comeback win for Pilgrim, which would see him move on to 6 points in the group and would open up a 4-point buffer on the rest, even if only temporarily. He loves the ball now.
102.
Yeah, that's great.
John, you require 156.
12. Oh, surely. Double 18. This is absolutely incredible. Darts being played at elite level.
Good grief. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Well, it's right up there with the 120. Doubling. 3 from 4 for
93.
Pilgrim, including 2 bullseyes to take out 120. 156 from Worsley, who's still maintaining that 106 average.
100.
He has not deviated. He's forced Pilgrim to play these good darts.
He's had 18 scores of a ton or more. 7 of them
40.
What? 6 of them 140s and a 156 out. That's 11 scores of between a ton and 139.
Well, he's pretty much been there or thereabouts in every single leg, hasn't
100.
he? He's always left something after 4 visits, if not quicker.
Oh, still yet to see a leg go over 5 visits.
134.
Well, this has been one of those Super Series classics, and I Start putting these games in the library and getting them out there.
96.
One we could watch again and again and again.
Absolutely. Unless Pilgrim can take out 138.
60.
May well be
Darren
the
Johnson,
first leg to
138.
go past the 5 visits. Wouldn't put it past him.
Now, this would be ultimate if Worsley went bull, bull, bull here.
98. John Uruguay 150.
He's not.
No.
But he may win it on a 150. Good grief.
You can see the frustration.
95. Darren Uruguay
To win
40.
an absolute blinder.
Game.
And it is Pilgrim's points for the taking in what was an absolute classic here at the Live Lounge against John Worsley. Pilgrim winning by 4 legs to 3. Worsley losing despite an average of 103.41.